The Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This special board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 9:36. 5:36, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call, calling this board member by name, starting with Mr. Nieto.
Present.
Mr. Jackie Sustaita.
Present.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez.
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez. Myself, Armando Cuellar. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is in attendance. Item 3, public comments.
We have three. I need 1 minute to connect the first one.
Bring it up after the public comments, to move up item 10 or 11, or can you do that?
Before we get started with this. Even before the discussion.
Okay.
The president will speak to you first.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Identify yourself and give your address, please.
Yes. Jesse Rodriguez.
The president will speak to you first.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Identify yourself and give your address, please.
Jesse Rodriguez. Patton. Jesse Rodriguez. Patton.
It's your speaker. Don't they have to turn it off or something? She's close to the computer.
Identify yourself and give your address.
She needs to turn off the computer.
Yes. El Paso, Texas.
Ms. Rodriguez, I think, can you mute over there?
Yes,
The
sir.
TV or something? Or the TV or computer?
Oh, okay. Let me turn it off. Okay.
Because you're looping.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we continue? Carlos?
Yes.
Okay, before we give you the floor, I'm going to read a statement here. That is pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. You may now have the floor. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a resident of El Paso, Texas, of Weslaco. However, I am from El Paso, Texas, and I do know the history of your current leader. And if there's any meaning to history, repeats itself. It is repeating itself right here, right there at Weslaco. Something I have learned about people is if they do it once, they will do it again. I don't like repeat offenders, and that is why I have been compelled to be here today. We have to stop repeated offensive behavior, and it has to start from the top. This leader has a history, and at one point there have been publications about it. I have had the opportunity to speak to many educators that have had run-ins with him, and it always resorts that it is a woman, vulgar language is used, and a total arrogance and disrespect is displayed. It always occurs behind closed doors, and if anything is leaked or comes out, or someone makes a complaint, there is immediate censorship, there is immediate comments turned off, the individual will join the group and begin disparaging anybody that has the same experience. Character is what you do when others are not looking. And I have watched the same individual at our town meeting disparage our mayor and use very disparaging and unsubstantiated allegations. And that is a way to avoid any accountability on his part. Gentlemen and ladies, women, we have to have respect for women without the vulgarity, without the profanity, and without the complete disrespect. Although at this point I am convinced it is a pattern, it will keep repeating itself, and honestly it has. I question why there's so many schools that this leader has worked at and not lasted there more than 2 or 3 years. I then watched his behavior and the way he deals with the mayor, which is a woman, and the total disrespect and arrogance is displayed, and I am convinced it is just his character. These women that are not complaining and all these allegations that are coming from Weslaco is no surprise to me. I felt compelled to inform the school board that censorship, lawsuit threats, cease and desist are methods that this leader uses to keep embers from rising. But where there's an ember, there's fire. And repeated behavior will soon show up. Women who have been demeaned in a professional setting need to stick together. They need to speak up. Because when you are behind closed doors with him, you will be left with a burden of proof. you will find receiving lawsuits. There was a Phoenix publication that has now.
You have
the link
1
has
minute.
disappeared. The link has disappeared, so no one is able to read of its past history. But think about people filing bankruptcy. If they can't manage their own finances, how are they going to lead others to? Your leader has shown a pattern of an inability to treat women with respect, allow any woman to have their dignity or an informed opinion or experience. And they will be dealt with demeaning and vulgar language. This is not the first time. And it will keep repeating itself until somebody addresses it and takes care of that elephant in the room. I do believe if proper research had been done and people contacted, you would have found the same findings, the same observations.
Ma'am, that is 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, second, public comment?
I think it's doing. What? Kids go first. How come you don't go to the games?
Our next one is Diana Garza.
Let's go. Fighting the flu.
Mrs. Garza, your name and address, please?
Diana Garza, 1011 East, 10th Street, Mercedes.
Thank you. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Mrs. Garza, you have the floor.
Good evening, school board trustees, parents, students, the whole community out there. I want to speak about item number 4. I'm not sure what it all entails, the staffing packages. I don't know what it's about, but I'm going to speak about staffing. I know that I've gotten some calls from pre-K, kinder, pre-K 3, 4 kinder teachers that on paper, they're assigned some help, instructional assistance, but it's only on paper. I would challenge any one of you up there to be in a classroom with 22 little ones. We only have one set of eyes, and I think that is a safety concern. So I urge you all to look at that closely, because I don't know where they report, if it's mandatory for them to have an assistant all day, or where they report that information, right, as far as personnel. But it's on paper, and it looks really, really good on paper, but it's not happening. So let's get those pre-K teachers, pre-K 3, 4, kinder teachers the help that they need. They're overworked, underpaid, stressed. So that's one of the things I want to bring to your attention. Also, at one of the board meetings, you were given misinformation that every single director had a full-time administrative assistant. That is not true. I work for Student Support Services. Student Support Services. So aren't we here for students? Aren't we here to support them? I think that that's a very important department that should have a full-time administrative assistant. And I've been advocating, but nothing yet. Yet there's other directors, departments that have 2 or 3. So that was misinformation that was given to you board members, that every department director had an administrative assistant. I also sent an email to the leader and HR. What is the difference? Because at one point they told my boss, my immediate supervisor, Dr. Sid, that they were going to send a clerk, because we only have an administrative assistant part-time, but that they were going to send her a clerk. And I sent an email to the leader and HR. Tell me what the difference is, enlighten me. What's the difference between a clerk and an administrative assistant? Other than the obvious, pay. So why are you all considering sending a clerk part-time? Is it just to quiet the department? You got the help? Because obviously an administrative assistant does different things, POs, requisitions, and a clerk probably does a lot of filing, right? So if there's no difference, why don't we just have a bunch of clerks and not administrative assistants, right? So school board trustees, help us out, because I've been advocating since July 25th for a full-time administrative assistant for our department, because after all of us are here for students, right? To support them, and yet there's only one there part-time. The next thing is item 13, professional conduct on the superintendent. That is very sad. I'm really sad this evening, after hearing Ms. Patton out there, that, our women, especially the ones at that meeting, for whatever reason, they got mistreated, and I don't know, they have exercised their right to file a grievance, but they probably haven't for fear, because retaliation is real. They fear because on June I have an email here, one of the Happy Friday emails that have nothing to do with student success, but a bunch of quotes and be kind and so on. On this one, June 6th, he had stated there that why file grievances, there's too many, because the only ones that win are attorneys. So do you think that with an email stating that straight up, since June 6th, you're gonna have any women or anybody coming forward?
You have 1 minute?
Forward and filing, exercising the right? I don't think so. So with that being said, he also said that the district leadership team and him are here to work for everybody. Yet at that meeting, when he used inappropriate language, he stated that he was only here for the leadership team. So what about our students and advocating, defending them against the predators? Because there's a couple of predators out there in our district. How about defending our students against inappropriate relationships between staff and students? Who's going to defend those children against the couple of predators that are running around? So thank you so much, and I really appreciate all that you do, school board trustees, and I hope that you take care of what you need to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the third person for the
Third
public comment.
person is Julie Valdez.
Please state your name and your address.
Julianne Valdez Perez, and my address is 1103 Stone Street, Weslaco, Texas.
Okay, Ms. Valdez, let me follow this little statement here before we give you the floor. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all times during the board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Ms. Valdez, you have the floor.
I'm here to speak about number 4, and perhaps even the one about, the number 12, I think, but I don't think I'm going to talk about that. But anyways, I'm here to talk about something that I term the inequitable distribution of resources in terms of teachers. So there's an inequitable distribution of resources when it comes to how teachers, and I'm assuming it's in every department actually, not just teachers, the workload that certain teachers are given. At the campuses, across the board, there's certain teachers that are, and this is what I experienced as a secondary teacher at a high school. Not, I don't know how it works with the elementary and the middle school, but as someone who worked at the high school, what I noticed is that year after year after year, I was given, when I first began, like 220 some students in total. The next year, 210. The next year, 180 something. And it kind of never moved from there. It's kind of like 180. Given that was with one class, one advanced placement class of like about no more than 14 students. Even with one class of 14 students, my total number of students were still 180 some. Yes, it's in the past, and like people say, move on, and I'm just like, okay, but it's still going on. Like that's the issue here, is that this is still going on. There was always like this differential of treatment. And what I'm here is to make you all aware of that who is going to answer for that differential in treatment, because this is affecting the staff morale, the teachers that get overburdened, that have 3 or 4 preps, 100 and something students, as opposed to the teachers that have a total of 85 students with all the cake classes, all the students that are high performing, all the good classes, quote, with the advanced students, like what, I don't even know, like I can't even like articulate like how unfair that is, how that affects the teacher. So going into what we're all here for, students, right? How does that teacher who's bogged down, overburdened, micromanaged by petty admin, because that's what's going on there. You have admin that's petty. How does that affect their performance and teaching the students? That's my question, because that affects the students. And also it affects the students when those classes are about 40 kids in each class. How do you give them quality education? And as opposed to that, if we look at the students that are in those classes, that are in those 40-some, high 30 number classes, low 40s, they're mostly the kids that are in traditional classes. They don't affect the affluent family members, the students, the children, of affluent members in the community. They mostly affect traditional students. They're like sardine canned in classrooms, and nobody cares about them, or it seems like nobody cares about them. 50% of the students can't read, but nobody cares that a teacher is expected to cater to like high 30 number of students, the high 30s in the classroom. And it's certain teachers only, not every teacher. Who is keeping a watch on that? Because obviously it is an admin. Admin, I believe, and this is my opinion, as someone once told me, you're full of opinions, okay. It is my observation from 8 years of working in the public school system that it's only certain teachers that get treated this way. And it's a tactic used by even some admin. And I'm not trying to attack all admin. It's a criticism of admin. They utilize their position to give certain teachers more work and to reward the ones that are in their good favor. I brought this issue up to an individual. I went and I took the proper procedure. I went and I went through the chain of command, and I made this issue known. And you know what happened? Nothing. Same thing, because the same individuals that are being favored, that are being coddled to, are the same ones this year who have the least number of students, who have the best classes, while certain teachers are getting bogged down. And this is a disservice to our students. The class, I was a teacher and I resigned. I think some of you know that. The class that I resigned from still has a substitute teacher. 6 weeks has passed. and there's still a substitute teacher. But you know why there's a substitute teacher in that class? Because it's a traditional class. I bet you anything, if that was an advanced class with some of your kids in that class, it would have already have a teacher. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Granada, you brought to my attention that we want to change the order of agenda items and move items 10 and 11 to the,
That's correct. We have
Beginning of the-
representatives to speak on behalf of item 10 and 11 here. So just for the, to honor their time, to move those items up.
okay, do we need to take a vote on the, changing the agenda items?
Yes.
Okay.
Need to make a motion.
Do we have a motion by Mr.?
So
By
moved.
Mr. Dos Santos,
Mr. Dos
and a
Santos,
second
second.
by Mr. Nieto to move the agenda items 10 and 11 to the beginning of this meeting. So let's start with item 10, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of modifications of the number 8, 2022 election order to reflect updated polling locations and early voting dates based on administration.
Coach, we gotta, we still gotta vote.
The motion and a second.
Yeah.
Let's take it to a vote.
Okay. I stand corrected. Okay, let's take it to a vote on the changing the order of the agenda. Thank you for the correction. Okay, let's take it to a vote. See, Mr. Nieto,
Aye.
Mrs. Staita,
Aye.
Coach Trevino,
All right.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
and Mr. Dos Santos.
Aye.
Andrew Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay. Let the record reflect that Mr. Gonzalez joined the meeting at 5:39. Okay, the motion carries. Now, we can do it correctly.
10 and 11, she said, right?
Item 10, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of modifications to the November 8, 2022 election order to reflect updated polling locations and early voting dates based on administration presentation on the possible increased risk to student safety. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, we have representatives from the Hidalgo County Elections Office, and I'd like to turn it over to them.
Hi, good evening. Hilda Salinas, Interim Elections Administrator. And I also have Alberto Gaona, our coordinator. He's in charge of procuring the polling locations. Okay, I know that you have been passed out a packet of information, which is a plan in regards to the safety plan for the two additional schools that have been added to the list of polling locations for Election Day. I'll go ahead and I'll pass it on to Ebert, as he is the one that created the plan.
Hi, good afternoon. So pretty much what you've been given right now is like a rundown of the election process and how it's going to take place at each campus. We do have Central Middle School and Ibarra Elementary School. I know concerns got brought up regarding safety to the students, and obviously we as an elections department are very aware with the situations that have happened in the state and throughout the country. And just so you know, schools play an important part when it comes to elections throughout the entire county. So we truly appreciate you all and allowing us to use these campuses. And the plans that we've provided you is pretty much what we started from the beginning when we went to go survey it for accessibility. But we did put it down on paper so that you all know how that's going to take place at each campus. The elementary school, as you can see on the second page, it's going to be in the lobby area. That campus does have secure doors into the main campus, so nobody will be able to go in and out past the lobby. The Central Middle School, it is in the gym, which is detached from the campus. When we spoke to the principals there, they did state that they're going to close down the south side of the campus, so no students will be, going back and forth through the gym. So we will take all the measures we can with regards to that safety. And Ms. Salinas also spoke with the Weslaco PD Constable's Office, Precinct 1, and they will be providing the security at each campus. Just so you all know, there will be an officer there present.
Yes, I did reach out to the Weslaco PD as well as the constable, and they did give me a verbal confirmation that they will have somebody there, either a police officer at, a constable at Ibarra, a deputy constable, and at the middle school, there'll be a police officer there as well.
I don't know if you have any questions or concerns.
I do. I brought up the concern and I asked for that item to be on the agenda today because I know of the time frame. I know you all have to plan, and so does the district and so does the city for the polling sites and locations. I wanted to start off first with first I want to confirm, we are taking the Stephen F. Austin site and we're moving it to Central Middle School, correct?
Right.
Stephen F. Austin won't be active.
Correct.
And that was one of my concerns there as well too, because I brought it up in the last meeting that Stephen F. Austin is a site that's been used for quite some time. And it has a zero risk level to any students because that is a facility that's used by adults. If anything, our central office is across the street, and I think we have some departmental offices in that building as well still too. And so my concern was knowing, like you said, things that have happened throughout the nation, the state, we're taking a polling site from an area that doesn't have access to any students, and we're moving it to a campus. Even though the campus is across the street, even though I know it's gated, you still have hundreds of people that are gonna be going that day. They're gonna maybe be confused on where the site is, and we still have an open campus and kids going from building to building. The campus isn't surrounded by a concrete fence. It's a barred fence, and I think that it's concerning to me, and I just wanted to bring it up so that the administration, the board, and yourselves, the representatives, can discuss it, that we're going from a 0% risk level to unpredictable, right? And it's kind of shocking to me because we're talking about, well, we're going to have more officers and armed officers and things like that. So we still should have it anyways at the Stephen F. Austin site, because even though Weslaco has a huge turnout of voters, they're very involved in their community at the city level and also at the school level, and we thank them for that, and we should continue that because I know we're well known for that as far as a community. But those people aren't vetted, they're not searched, they're coming in, and you never know what type of element is in that line. And so when you're taking it from a 0% risk level to something that is unknown, well, I would say it's 100, because you don't know what's going to happen. And why? That's just been my argument. Why? And I've had a lot of outreach from people in the community saying it's true. There's no kids at Stephen F. Austin, and yes, parking isn't better at Central either. I drove out there, and some people told me that. They said it's not like there's a huge difference between a massive parking lot. If anything, you have the central office parking lot across the street. But it's still, the thing is the risk. I told people parking is insignificant to taking a risk and something happens. And if we can prevent 100% that some negative element won't be near our kids, why wouldn't we consider that? Why wouldn't we, put some weight on that?
And I do completely, understand and agree with what it is that you're currently saying. But please know that our department, which is of course Mr. Gawana here, did meet with the principals at each school to devise a plan and to make sure that the students and the voters and the faculty and everybody are separate. And I know it is a safety concern, and we are here, for the voters. We're here to serve them as well as everybody else in these schools. And we are, collaborating with you in this, but it is for only Election Day. And in meeting with them, I do feel and, confident that the plan in place, it will work for Election Day. Again, we do have the constable that will be there, as well as the police officer at the other school at Central Middle School. So then, yes, we did take the security measures, and we did, come up with a plan to make sure that they are put into place on Election Day only.
What
Okay.
is the county game? I'm sorry, Michael.
No, well, go ahead. I want to talk about the second, but you go ahead, you can talk about this one.
Kind of just to go off of what Mr. De Los Santos saying, what does having Central Middle School do for you that Stephen F.?
Okay.
So pretty much the reason why we reached out to swap campuses is because of the census and redistricting that we had. The county as a whole had to go up in 14 total polling locations from the 74 we had in 2020. So when we looked at the county map, per precinct, 1, 2, 3, 4, We look at the areas that are kind of what we call like holes in the maps, where there's no location. For example, here, we have the city hall and nothing west until Mercedes. So we looked at that, and that's kind of how we pretty much looked at it. And that's what I would say we gained, that we now have more locations dispersed, as opposed to City Hall, Stephen F. and STC Mid-Valley. So that's pretty much the reason why we reached out, and obviously if this campus does not work and you know, all the security measures that you all mentioned, you all think it will not work, we can definitely revisit this. Unfortunately, it'll be until the next election because of the statutory deadlines we have to have had met.
Like, I could understand if you were talking about CMNF Austin versus Margot or something like that, but you're talking about Central, which is just a few blocks down the street, you know, and even just period, even, not even Margot, not in any campus. I mean, if you have one site that has 0 students, then I think the community can, you know, say, you know what, let's do that. Let's make sure we do everything we can possible to take care of our kids, and that's a 0 level, threat level to students. If it takes me, it's a mile down the road, a couple stop signs, and kids are safe. Because that line, I mean, I know, and I love our law enforcement, and I know they do great things every single day and night, but you're taking hundreds of people and pushing them toward a campus, when here you don't have to. My second issue was with the Mary Hogue and Ibarra, and that's kind of a difficult one because they're both campuses. They're also both maybe about, I think, maybe 2 miles from the separation down 1015. One's on mile 10, I believe, Ibarra Elementary, and then the other one, Mary Hogue, is off of 1015. I'm sorry, Mary Hogue is off of 1015, and Ibarra is on mile 10.
Right.
And my issue with that is, they're both campuses, so there's a threat risk there. And there's gonna be hundreds of people going there, unvetted, unsearched, unsecure. But the issue is I had just some points to bring up to my fellow board members, and at that point, they can decide, right? We're a team of 7. But the way I see Mary Hogue is that Mary Hogue has an external entrance. It uses the library, which only has very limited entrances into the main building. But on the other end, Mary Hogue also has a gym that's also on the side. It's on the south side with a large parking area, and they could keep increase the distance from the front entrance of the school. Now, moving forward to where you want to move it to is Ibarra. You actually want to take them in through the front door into the building. And I understand that there's doors there that lock, but they're made out of glass. They're not solid steel. So there's still a threat risk there that somebody could, either in the main office or even through one of those main doors, get through. We're not saying hopefully anything happens, but you do have to plan for the worst, because when you don't, it's when something does. And so my question is, why move it from Mary Hogue? And not only that, but Mary Hogue is across the street from the DPS department. The DPS headquarters is right across the street. You got a lot of border patrol. You got a lot of officers, because you have RICO, Mary Hogue, and then you have ID Academy within proximity of each other. You got the constable's office right down the street as well too. I just, as far as security reasons, I just thought, how would we move it and take it to an elementary school and actually take them into the building through the front door? That was just I just wanted an answer on the thought process,
Right, so for that process of moving Mary Hogue, excuse me, was that in 2018, that's when we had those heavy rains and floods. During those elections, we were actually at the Commissioner Precinct 1's office. So since they flooded and they lost that office for about 2 years or a year and a half, we did reach out to Weslaco ISD, and we did use Mary Hogue for that purpose. I believe they finished construction of their facility within the last year or so. So Commissioner Precinct 1 reached out, Commissioner Fuentes, and stated that we're back in our office. They did build a room that's, like you mentioned, specifically for that. So that's the reason why Mary Hogue now moved back to the original location. Mm-hmm. And they are within the same voter precinct. So that's the reason why. And just so you know, again, the locations, you all know the district best. And I'm not saying that, the locations submitted were, we just saw them and picked them. But right. the deadlines that we had to meet, since we had already visited the facilities, we were good with compliance, with parking. We were set to go. We submitted them to Commissioner's Court, and that's when they approved them. So now when this concern got brought up, obviously we're going to do our best and go out and come up with these plans to help alleviate. And we understand that they're not foolproof 100%, but hopefully we will be prepared for those situations. And like I said, law enforcement are present.
Those are good concerns from Mr. De Los Santos, but Dr. Coronado, if we do decide to use those sites, can we provide additional security personnel on those particular days? Because I know like each middle school only has like 1 security guard or 2
And they have one officer as well, the middle schools.
Right.
The middle
But
schools.
could we provide additional security guards, at least for that particular day, if we decide on those sites?
Right.
I understand where Mr. Los Santos is coming from, the safety, very important, especially nowadays, but,
So, Mr. Neto, we do have rovers now that we have paid that the board approved last month. So we do have additional security staff with off-duty Weslaco PD. Yes.
okay.
If I can rewind, I'm looking at the maps that you gave us, and I'm trying to understand the whole thing about parking, because if we could move over to Central and we're going to be using the South Side Gym, the cars who would go that day would park along the road. There's no parking lot back there, other than what's on the side of the track.
Correct.
Where would they park?
Along the sides.
Along the side of the road. Because I'm looking at versus Stephen F. Austin, and it has a huge parking lot right here next to it. So it doesn't make sense to me to move to a more restricted area where cars are gonna have to park on the side of the road, and as compared to Stephen F. Austin, who has a big parking lot here. And then I'm looking over at Ibarra, because people are gonna wanna park, and it's going to be bad on the parking over at Central. I'm looking at Ibarra versus Mary Hogue, and Ibarra also has, and I used to work there many years ago, I am very familiar with the school, and it has parking on the east and west side, right? And the entrance to the school is facing the north side. So you have big parking lots. They would have to walk a little bit to get to the front entrance, but it has big parking lots. But it would still be quite a walk. Mary Hogue, on the other hand, you have the library right in front of the big parking lot. So it wouldn't be a big walk from either the east or the west over to the middle of the school. So I think it offers a better parking lot also at Mary Hogue. So the way I'm looking at parking, the other schools look better.
And she brought up a great point, because I didn't even think about that, but at Central, you're gonna have those cars lining up, and they're gonna be pushing toward all the way around that campus. On all sides, they're gonna start lining up to park and to go vote. But remember, Central also has a very large, they have walkers. What about
After
those?
school, yes.
Yeah, what
I
about
bump
those
into them
kids?
every day
What about
after
those
school.
parents, and that's another risk, is after school, those kids are gonna be walking. I know I go drive through there sometimes, and I see kids walking in all different directions, and it just kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
And these aren't this wasn't my concern, but I
Right.
guess since I voiced it, I got a lot of outreach. I know others did too.
And
And-
this information is great. It's coming from you all, the people who know their area, who know your area, know the schools, and, providing this feedback, it's excellent. However, at this time, because of the statutory deadlines that we did need to meet, we cannot make any changes. And this is a couple of reasons why. The polling locations were approved by Commissioners Court, being that the county is the authority for this election. So they already approved all the early voting and election day polling locations. Once that approval was done, it gave us the opportunity to proceed and to continue with coding the election. There is a 45-day federal postcard application deadline that did already come and pass. It was September 24th. Because of course the approval and we met our deadlines, we were able to meet and create that ballot and meet that deadline. If not, we would have been in non-compliance with the federal and state laws. So at this time, we're not able to make any changes to the polling locations. However, we can reconvene in the upcoming elections to find better places that are suitable with your direction and with your collaboration in making sure that we do get the polling locations that serve the voters, as well as, in protection of the students and the faculty, and to make sure that we do abide by all of that.
So what I'm hearing, sorry.
Well, go ahead, ma'am.
What I'm hearing as a board member is that Hidalgo County Precinct made the decision for us as a board?
Well, it's the Hidalgo County Commissioners Court.
Okay, so
It's yes.
But I think
why
if-
wouldn't we have had collaboration with them before they made the decision?
The way it works is that, the commissioners, precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as the county judge, we send them information. They know all the polling locations. They view, they decide, and those were the polling locations that were chosen and approved by Commissioners Court on August 18th. And of course, this is in accordance with the law. Because the county is on the ballot, Because we do have a county election, they are the authority. Now, in this case, if it was only Weslaco ISD that was on the ballot, let's say a special election, or if you did run in May with the uniform elections that do run in May, then you all are the authority and you all can decide, which early voting and election day polling locations. But in accordance with the Texas Election Code, the county is the authority. So at this time, all the statutory deadlines were met. And if we will not be able to go back, because in that case, all the election is coded and completely done. And so like I stated, it is only for that one day. And we have created plans. We have communicated with the schools, with the principals, as well as with Mr. Aguilar as well, and with the local police department and the constable. And I'm more than sure if we do, request more security or what have you, they will be able to provide all of that.
And I understand all that, man, but we're all live in the valley, and we see what happens on polling election days and polling sites.
Of course.
And sometimes there's physical altercations, there's issues, politics gets real hot here in some towns here in the valley, especially Hidalgo County. I think we really need to start thinking of before it goes to commissioners' court, the commissioners, I'm not putting them on the spot, but the decision was made without collaboration. And the fact is that we're walking people unvetted, unsearched into our schools. And that is just mind-boggling to me. And we moved from a site that had 0% risk to students to one that, in my case, has 100, because you don't know what's going to happen that day. And I think we really need to start thinking of how that gets done.
Exactly. And, with you all saying that, we have also been thinking ourselves in a situation where, for example, let's say a school does go into lockdown during an election. What are our procedures? What are our plans? So we are in communication with the Secretary of State in regards to guidance on that, as well as within ourselves, with local PD, with the media, to create a continuity plan in regards to this, because it is something that is very aware, that we are very aware of.
I have a question for Dr. Coronado. He stated in the last meeting that principals were part of the planning process on selecting sites and security for sites. So if you said it went to the court on August 18th, when did it come to the district? Did it come before that to the district?
I'm going to say a week before. The timeline was short. So on our end, we thought it was like a great process, to be honest, because we have gone to certain entities and they're like, well, we need to talk to the board, we need to do this, we need to do that. So for us, when we did communicate and we felt that the locations were coming along pretty good, we were, happy because we were going to meet those deadlines.
The week before August 18th.
I don't know if there's a specific day, and if anybody has it. But
because I know you mentioned in the last meeting that your team was part of deciding on whether the campuses were appropriate, and I'd like to know who was part of that team, or when did that happen? That discussion on.
Mr. De Los Santos and Board President, and both principals are actually here to represent their campuses as well, as they were part of the process, and so was Mr. Aguilar. So if Mr. Aguilar wants to speak.
So, good afternoon, Dr. Coronado, members of the board. We did discuss several locations, so I know several campuses were discussed as well. For example, the PLC. We did bring up the PLC that's behind Sam Houston as an option. After we did discuss it here was, okay, we need to look at alternate locations on there, that we have within the district. Now, when we were having those discussions, it kept coming back to, based on our geofencing, where our voters are at, this is what's going to work best. And that's how everything, because we had different options for different campuses, and we kept throwing up, because we did bring up Stephen F. Austin again. We brought it up. We brought up the PLC. They don't have students on there. But it wasn't working out based on the setting that they had within their voters.
Parking.
Well, and also within
That's
the
what I heard, it was
geofencing.
parking.
Yeah, and the geofencing, and we did mention that. It does get a little tight with a pickup at the PLC. However, they do have a parking area as well. So we just shared that as well. We talked about Mary Hogue, but again, it came up, the proximity within Precinct 1 was also a concern, and they couldn't get it. So we were having multiple discussions on that. And we wanted to make sure, because it was brought up to both principals, do you feel comfortable? Because if you don't, please let us know. And they're both here, because we did communicate that with them. If you don't, please let us know, because that is what's of concern to us right now.
I mean, go ahead, sir.
Did y'all ever look at Roosevelt? Since
Pardon?
we only have adults there's plenty of parking at Roosevelt.
Yeah,
whole campus is
Roosevelt wasn't on the discussion. We were looking at we talked about the Stephen F. Austin again. We revisited that. We looked at the PLC because we don't have any students there. You know, that's an open area. Again, it was looking based on how their geofencing was with their voters, and that's what kept coming up to the table.
I mean, I know it came to the district first, but we should always be student first. I mean, I understand parking, and I don't think there's a voter out there that's gonna disagree. I mean, it's students first. I guess for Central, you're gonna have to have, I'm assuming as a parent, I'm speaking as a parent now, you probably should have some extra security around that perimeter when those kids are walking, because they go north, south, east, and west. On polling sites on election day, for those that haven't been there, you have a lot of people. You have people that are voting, that are in line. You have people that are ticketing for their campaigns or their candidate. There's people that are there voluntarily. There's people there that are paid. Nobody knows any of those backgrounds. There's a lot of cars. There's a lot of people. You know, it's very quick. Somebody's walking by a car, open the door, boom, you're in the car, that's it, and you're off. So those things are horrible to speak of, but realities. And so you're gonna have to really boost up security rather than just having an officer there at the front where I don't know where you plan to put in them, but I think you're gonna have to, I'm suggesting, let me rephrase myself, considering more security for those walkers. 'Cause I know Central does have a lot of walkers for that community there. And you're gonna have a lot of vehicles and a lot of people standing around. And I'm just gonna say and give my opinion that I'm very disappointed in the decisions that were made without consulting even with the board, so we can reach out to our constituents and find out to see what their worries are. Because I'll tell you right now, they're not happy.
When
And
y'all
I'm gonna
discussed it,
piggy-
it should have come to us.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, the county has to do their part, but it should have come to us to at least, y'all can hear our thoughts on what campuses we feel safe opening up those doors to. It just stinks
yeah.
that.
And the
we
first
weren't allowed
people
that.
that they're gonna come back to say, hey, my kids are your responsibility, to have safe and secure, the board. Everybody, oh, it's the board, it's the board, it's the board. Yet we had no say in anything, but if something, God
Does.
forbid anything, well, the board made the decision is what you're always going to hear, yet we had nothing to do with this, and I think we just need to collaborate a lot better.
I know Mr. Ornelas is here, but I don't know how y'all plan to do the parking, because I park there every day to pick up my son, and it's all over the place. And you do have a lot of walkers, like Mr. De Los Santos spoke of.
And if I can just chime in, the reason I'm saying about the vehicles is because we've had events in the stock show over the years, and sometimes we have vehicles parked actually inside the stock show grounds. And so we had to have added security because you had kids running around and enjoying themselves, but running in between cars, they're playing hide and go seek, those type of things. And we always were worried, okay, we need to make sure that we have security guards pinpointed in that parking area to make sure that there's no snatch and grabs or those type of situations. In this situation, you're gonna have cars now lined up and backed up all over your campus, and people moving back and forth, a lot of vehicles, downloading, unloading, things like that, voting, et cetera, and you got walkers. So, like, what type of security measures are you all thinking of doing?
I know when it was brought up to us again, first of all, hello, everybody. Just what we wanted one of the enforcements that we're going to be doing at Central, of course, is making sure that gate is going to be closed at all times. The one that's between north of 7th Street, and no kids are going to be walking again to the gym at all throughout the day. We're already planning to have that pack. We're going to be having actually a class for our kiddos, so they're going to be reporting to the pack all day. So no kid again will be crossed. I know that one of the things that we talked about, because they talk about the parking lot next to Barbie Field. Mm-hmm. That's not going to be accessible because again we're going to be locking that gate as well. Mm-hmm. So again, it's all about if you all can park at the street. I mean, anything south of the school. I mean, you're more than welcome. I feel that we are going to be security enough to make sure that all of our kids again are secured north of that gate that we have there. Okay.
Mr. Ornelas?
Yes, sir.
Will y'all be sending out some type of email, a hard document to the parents that do pick up their kids at 3:30 on that back street off of 7th Street? Because there's usually over 50, 60 cars there.
Most definitely, we can do, yes, we can go ahead and let our again, through all of ways that we have being emailed and an call to those parents to make sure that they do pick them again in a timely manner. If not, they can come to the north side of the school and pick them up as well, okay? On that particular day.
Thank you.
Yes,
For
sir.
me,
Thank you, guys. Thank you,
yes,
sir.
for me, I'm just gonna tell you guys, that to me, it's completely careless for us to sit here and put the voters in front of the students, for us to sit here and bring it on us with time limits, or where we can't do anything about it, then why even bring it? Why even put it up for discussion or for action if it's already been decided on? I think it's careless. We should have been the first ones informed, not the last ones informed about this change. And I think it's very careless. We're sitting here moving sites. I mean, with Stephen F. How long has it been done at Stephen F. Austin?
Years.
Years. So why move it? I mean, that's for personal reasons? Is there somebody out there moving puzzles that we don't know?
So I want to say, as I mentioned earlier, we did have that redistricting that happened. So the reason we moved or we requested location change or swap was to accommodate those lines that did change. There's
Yes,
voter
but
growth.
I
and that's-
heard your comment a little earlier, and, you know, to distribute more voting places between here and Mercedes and things like that. Well, there's not a significant difference from having it at Central and having it, continuing to have it at Stephen F. Austin. I don't understand what the mindset was or what the thought frame was. 0 students over here. Now we're talking about more security, kids during, right after school, this kid rush, a parent rush of voter. I mean, we're gonna discourage voters from voting on that last day. Nobody's gonna wanna go over there, so I think it's a lose-lose situation for everybody. I don't know who decided on this. If you guys obviously presented it to whoever and it was decided on, it needed more input from people, from community members. And we're here representing the community, not just the voters. And the students is our main concern.
So at this point, there's no changes that we can make at this point, is that correct?
At this time, no, sir. At this time, no. Everything is already, done, and the FPCA deadline was already met, and that is a federal and state law, which was, done. We cannot go back and retract. But everything that you have said today, I have taken in, and I have, I completely understand where you're coming from. I have children myself who are in school, and those are my concerns, and those are my worries as well, especially when I go and drop off my kids. I look through the rearview mirror all the time just to make sure that he made it inside because I have a 4-year-old. So I understand, but please know that all of this information will be taken into account, and it will be, we will be planning and we will be communicating. And this information is very good because this is what we need, as a department, because you all know your locations, your areas best. All the information that you said about the parking, about the entrance, about the walkers and things like that, that is something that we need. And there will be more communication with more time, with ample time, so that way we can get this and get this done right.
Yeah. And I want to say, ma'am, and you mentioned it yourself, you all made the decision, there was discussions going on at the county
Yes,
level.
with
That's a very large.
independent,
Yeah, that's
school
a very
district.
large planning process, I
It is
understand.
very large.
But the failure happened here at the district level. When it was brought to the superintendent, that's where the failure happened, because they should have reached out to constituents, we should have polled people in our community or parents, especially at those campuses, and you should have informed the board too, so that we can do our part and reach out as well. And bring it to light and decide, is this really a good, because you're saying it yourself, that people should have known better, that you all know better, you all know your community.
Yes,
That obviously didn't
you all
happen in this situation.
And like
And I'm
I
not
said-
blaming it on you all, it's happened at the district level, okay? And was that something we need to fix? Because look at the things that are going on. 0 threat level, now you're pushing kids into a campus. External access at one of our campuses has sufficient parking at Mary Hope, now you're walking them through the front door of an elementary school.
I'm just confused as to why this item is even on the agenda if we're not we don't have to approve it, it's already been approved. So it's, I would like to be more careful with our agendas, and if we don't have to vote on it, then it shouldn't even be here.
But it's good to identify for the next time.
Yes.
So, thank you for everything and thank you for the information.
Thank you for your information.
And
Yes.
just for the record, the chair agrees with everything that's being discussed here today, because ultimately, when this is brought up, what meeting was it, the 20th, or when was it?
Yeah, this previous week, yeah, this previous, the 20th.
From past experiences with other areas of the country and state, if somebody raises a red flag about the possibility of something happening,
Right.
safety, and it's not corrected, we don't want to be told, I told you so, should something happen, heaven forbid that. But it is a legitimate concern, and we need to do everything,
Most definitely. sir.
everything necessary to ensure the safety of our business staff.
Most definitely. Thank you for your
Anything
time.
else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we need to take action on this item? Okay. Do we have a motion to accept?
I move to accept with the modifications for the November 8 election to reflect updated polling locations and early voting dates based on administration presentation.
Second.
Can we have a second by Mr. Andrew Gonzalez? Do we need to have any further discussion? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mrs. Staita?
I'll be abstaining from this item.
Costeño?
No.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
No.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
I know that we don't have any say-so where, but I'm gonna vote no. So motion does not carry. Pardon?
But it doesn't matter, it's,
It doesn't matter, but for the record, that's how we voted, and with all due respect, I just strongly encourage that we take every measure necessary for the assurance of safety. Thank you.
And actually, Coach White, it was 3-3 because Jackie abstained, correct? So, just for information purposes.
Okay, well, I'll stand corrected on that,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that regardless of the votes, we hold the safety of our students and staff first and foremost above anything else. No vote that's going to be given to me will ever replace harm coming to any of our kids or staff. Okay? Item 11, discussing a possible action for the board to consider approval of modifications to the current procurement process. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, this was a carryover from last month. You had requested to see our current procurement process. So I'd like to bring up our purchasing manager to go over what our current process is. We also have Mr. Mike Saldana and Mr. Eddie Perez here from Walsh Gallegos to kind of, if there are any questions.
But it's going to be specific to construction?
This is our procurement process.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Procurement process.
Good evening, Dr. Coronado, and members of the board.
If I can just, members of the board, you actually have it in your packet. You were received, I believe, an updated version of this.
What item number is that? The procurement
This is
process?
item number 11.
Where's the, is that going to be the discussion on rankings? Because that's what I know, that was the agenda item I asked for.
That's going to go, that's part of this process.
Okay.
So we'll go over, discuss the rankings.
That's, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the item that y'all have includes the total bid process, including
the ranking, so if you want to go straight to there, we
Yes.
can.
Yes, let's go straight to there, because we already understand the whole bid process.
Yes,
It's
sir.
just exactly what's on policy for rankings, because that was the concern, on
Well-
what's allowed and unallowed.
Well, that's why we have our, the attorneys here, Mike Saldana and Eddie Perez, I think is live on the screen. But what you have before you is the present, or the current process we've been using for a good while. And some of that process includes or is directly related to the Texas Education Code 44031, and for the construction, 2269. So if you have those three sheets in front of you, you can go straight to the ranking, the evaluation committee, evaluation ranking committee duties. I think that's the whole key here is what we're going to discuss, or what you wanted to say.
No, this is not in this packet. It's just I'm sorry, it's just that everything
go
just
ahead.
got mixed up in a big pile. Usually it's separated by category, so it's a little bit harder this time.
We put a fresh one on your desk.
I did read through this
Okay.
packet myself, but I just want one question answered, I guess, that's been the main question that I've had in my mind, and I think maybe they have also. So when a committee is ranking, are you or are you not allowed to talk amongst each other before you place points on a vendor or?
I don't believe there's any legalities addressing that specific question that says you cannot or you should. It's the way we've always approached it is more of a administrative process here. I looked through different areas. I looked through the education guide. I looked through the resource guide. There's nothing that addresses the specifics as to how to conduct a review or a ranking process. There isn't. Now, the way I've seen it, or the way we've approached it is on a district level. Every district that or a manual has it differently. Everybody approaches it a little differently. I'm talking about the ranking process. Now, to be more specific to your question, that's one of the reasons we invited Ms. Saldana and Mr. Eddie, it says Hernandez, I thought it was Perez. It's Perez on the screen, and I think they can share the legalities. They're the experts in that field as far as the legal, the aspect of it. So if
Mr. Saldana?
Saldana, if you want to chime in, and Mr. Perez anytime as well. I'll give them the floor for a bit.
Mr. President, Dr. Coronado, members of the board, my name is Mike Saldana. I'm with the law firm of Walsh Gallegos. I understand your question, but I do want to make some initial comments in regards to our role here and what I'm still trying to figure out exactly what our role is in this particular situation. We're hesitant, okay, because of the fact that there was some issues in the last board meeting regarding the procurement process and the committee rankings and that type of deal, and a discussion now in which we may be giving legal advice, okay? And if we do that, it may be necessary under 551071 of the Texas Government Code, consultation with attorney, to go into executive session in order to provide the advice that you all are seeking, specifically because it's going to relate to past issues. And
Well, I mean, our question is just, is it, you clearly stated that there is nothing on paper, right, sir? I'm talking to the purchasing director.
Mr.
You
Garcia?
clearly stated that there's nothing that you could find on file, or anything like that. So you mentioned that Texas Educational Code, Chapter 2269 deals with construction projects. And there it says the law specifically authorizes the board to adopt rules and procedures for the acquisition of all goods and services. So my question is, because I was told, this was the issue, sir, so, you know, I know you saw the last board meeting, well, both, is that during the HVAC process, there was items in there that, I'm reading the Texas Educational Code, okay, and it kind of it goes against that process, okay? And let me tell you what I found and why, because we're using the delegation method. And so for people hearing, I don't want to do this process. I know other board members as well said that they don't want to, but it's our authority and it's our responsibility to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being spent properly and efficiently and maximized to their fullest. So that's why 2269 gives us that authority, okay, as far as to adopt the rules and procedures. The board does as well. That's what I'm reading from the documentation from TASB. I called them and they told me where to look for.
Mr. Dos Santos.
Well, yes, but I just want to bring this up real quick. I mean, in that meeting, there's criteria, okay, that's set, and it's weighted and valued. They have a weight and value for each criteria, and then there's a methodology of scoring. We approve all that. The board approves that. The only question I had is do we have anything in writing where employees will not be discussing, because they said we discussed every item amongst each other and we came to a consensus on scores.
Again, because we are looking back.
Okay.
We would be giving legal advice.
I'm looking forward in my question. My question.
Then I don't
To
want to
pose it in a hypothetical when we've already.
But why can't the
clearly
superintendent answer
discussed-
that question though? Because
I
I
mean,
didn't
you
ask
all
for you
can
to
waive
come.
the attorney-client
But-
privilege right now.
But
and put a
he's
motion on the
responsible
floor.
also for the policies and procedures. I know he asked for you to be here.
Right.
But I don't want to avoid going through you so that we avoid, this is policy procedures. I think a superintendent should have these answers.
Right.
What are best practices that you've seen in the past? Because I don't want to go through an attorney where I get locked in having to run into executive.
Let me speak in generalities, Mr. De Los Santos, if you would allow me, and members of the board, and maybe we can get down to the nitty-gritty. You're absolutely right in everything that you say, okay? The legal parameters in the procurement process are pretty broad. And they grant a lot of discretion to the board and the administration.
Correct.
And some school districts go all the way from delegating 100%. Some school districts are very much, especially some of your smaller school districts that have to count every single dollar, are very much active in the entire process from beginning to end. You can choose what you want to do. The legal issues are really not a great thing. I don't want to say they're no big deal, but they're really not dispositive to the issues of what procedures and policies you put into place in order to rank vendors, in order to obtain the best value for the district. And you know, one of the recommendations in my discussions with administration is that I have seen a lot of districts, especially districts of this size and bigger, have workshops specifically about this situation, okay? That gives an opportunity for the administration and the board to interact with one another and say, look, this is our game plan. This is what we do. What are your thoughts? And have real discussions. No action item on those meetings, strictly a workshop. And because they would need to be posted, you would have to have public comment. That's not a bad thing. You would want to know what your constituents think about what's going on. These workshops can be very fruitful and can encourage very good dialogue between administration and the board. Because, yeah, at the end of the day, you have the right to say this is how we want it done, okay? But, you know, it takes a lot of work to adopt the policies that you all wish to adopt into getting it in writing, and then administration having the game plan and the roadmap available to them at that point to carry out your policy wishes. And so that would be my recommendation, okay, if you all really want to tackle this process.
Mr. Saldana, no, in regards to our current process right now, what we have in policy, did did we break any laws? Is it
Again,
unlawful
that
with
would be giving legal advice,
Okay.
okay?
And that's why-
And it's for the best of the district
Yes.
that we reserve that, any type of comments in that respect,
Yeah.
to executive session.
Well, then if you want to go to the executive session, I have I have stuff here. I mean,
Before we
gotta-
go on, I know Dr.
we
Coronado
gotta
wants to
go to
talk, and I
that.
want to say something too. Were you going to speak, Doctor?
I was going to answer Mr. De Los Santos' question, but if you, go ahead.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, and it's not legal. Mr. Garcia just said that there's nothing in our policy right now that says you cannot talk to each other before ranking. But I just want to visualize, is it in there now, the new one, the revision?
This is, it's in here, I was going to.
Oh, okay. Well, because to bring it to visualize the conduct that I, as a board member, would expect from administration, if I rewind back to when we were hiring lawyers, we all sat here as a board and we ranked the lawyers. And I don't think anybody would expect me to go and walk over to Mr. Nieto and say, hey, so what do you think? What are you going to put here? And I'm not saying that the ranking committee did that. I'm not saying, but it's ethics and it's conduct that's expected, that I wouldn't get up when I'm ranking and say, hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to put here for them? Hey, what about you? What are you going to put? It's just common sense to me that you wouldn't do that if you're ranking somebody. So to hear the admin say, well, yes, we, and I'm not saying they did, maybe I don't know, but something along the lines of, yes, we did talk amongst each other before
Well,
ranking.
they did say it. I mean, don't
Okay,
say
or
you
they
don't know.
did.
They
See,
did say it.
I don't
It's
know.
number 5.
That's fine, but they
So
did say it.
I don't need legal advice to tell me. I know as a board member, our powers are in revising policy, and I know that what we need, if we just write it into what we need to do, and we fix it. I know that.
But under 2269, you're not writing policy, you're also dictating the how they implement the policy and the process. Construction is different. 2269 under educational code is completely different.
But it
And
goes
my
along
only
the
thing is,
same
I'm not saying that they're
line of
all,
thinking.
I'm not saying everything has to go out the window. I'm just saying there's a lot of districts out there that are getting themselves into some issues, and this is a protection that we're delegating to our staff. It's a protection for them that are on those committees for those high-dollar ticket items. And it's a protection also for the board and for the taxpayers.
So I would
don't
recommend-
understand such the pushback.
I would recommend a workshop where if we want to make changes in the procurement methods,
Right.
then that's something that we can do. We agreed that everything else was okay except for that particular procedures, correct?
And hypothetically, like I said, 2269 says that you have to come up with a criteria. That criteria has to be approved by the board and posted to all the individuals that are applying. At no point are you allowed to modify that criteria. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we don't. Now, let me.
Okay.
Let me.
I'll let you take that
Let me
back.
add to what you're saying is that,
Well, I don't want to discuss that portion because he's right.
Under 2269, however the board wants to change or add into the policy or modify it, we're good with it. We're not against
Right. And
the changes. And let me add to what Mrs. Sustaita was saying was, as far as the common sense thing where we talk amongst each other, unfortunately, it's not in detailed writing, but one of the things we do at the very beginning is we make it clear that, yes, we're discussing the situation of the construction project. It's a huge project. There's a lot of information in that package to be able to hand it to one person without discussion. There's too many things going on. But one of the things we say is, we don't all have to vote the way the other person next to you votes. You vote how you feel. Unfortunately, it's not in writing, so I can sit here all day, all night to say that. Means nothing.
But sir, when you have
that's the
when you have supervisors and their subordinates openly talking, there's going to be a level of influence. I mean, that anybody that works in a school district knows that. When that supervisor's there and they have subordinates on the ranking system and they say, you know what, I really feel this company's a 5. Guess what? It's gonna weigh on
You're
the
right.
other
The influence
individuals.
is always there. However, in the ranking process,
That's why we don't talk.
When we do a ranking committee, everybody's equal.
And
Everybody has the same amount of points, 100 points.
And I'm going to bring this up
We're
in
not
executive.
subordinate. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
but-
go ahead. And I do want to bring it up executive, because I'm really trying to help staff. Because if you go back to that meeting and you look at it, and I do want to go to the executive and talk about it. I don't want any disciplinary action. We're all learning. Because some people said it, if it, you know, somebody said, well, that's the way they used to do things. That's right, but it gets people in trouble without them even knowing it. And when we go to executive, I'm gonna bring it up, and and if we can invite him to the back so he can be there present as well, I'll tell you exactly in that meeting where it could get people in trouble by using and following an old system. And it's not getting me in trouble, it's getting themselves. And we're in open recorded meetings.
And I'm in agreement with you, whatever we need to do to keep the district out of the.
Yourselves,
Well,
yeah.
the use to keep ourselves, definitely.
Yes.
We'll do. I mean, that's
So-
the
so again,
no-brainer.
So I would like to take this one to executive session
I
so
may-
that we can
Or
discuss.
recommend a workshop where we can make a decision on what is the procedures, the methods for that particular area, you know?
And we can, and I'm open, and I'd love that too, but just be aware, because, you know, it's been our experience that if you set a rule of procedures, it's not at all one size fits all. So one
Correct.
set of procedures
Correct.
may work perfectly for a big construction project, may not work for another project. So again, whatever the board wants to do, we'll honor it and we'll move forward.
Right. I can't say, I mean, I guess we're gonna go to executive because what I have to say involves the last meeting, the HVAC. So we'll go to executive so I can tell the rest of the board members what I gotta say, and at that point, then your superintendent can discuss that with the staff as he feels is needed. But it's just to prevent people from getting in trouble. Because, like I said, I'll go further into executive, because that last meeting, there were some comments and some things said that we need to discuss in the back. And I think if we have a process in place where there's a silent ranking, you can't come to us, if it's you're talking about like an RFQ process rather than an RFP process, if you're openly discussing amongst each other on what you want to put down on paper, as far as, oh, do we all put a 5 or do we all put a 4? Just the way it sounds is just, you know.
Now, just to clarify, Mark, you know, we're talking about the actual ranking, right?
The ranking,
So, you know,
yes.
discussion and deliberation or whatever, you know.
No, I'm talking.
Question and answer.
We're talking
you know,
about the final ranking.
The final ranking.
In the previous meeting, they said that they all got, I asked, how did you all have the same score? And they said, we came to a consensus and we put down the scores. We all talked amongst each other, put it in a consensus, and we put down the scores. That discussion started at 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 35 seconds on August the 16th. I even have the time for those that want to go back. And all I'm trying to do is protect staff and protect the process. And believe me, when we go back there, there's some people, they're going to learn something that sometimes using the old ways could get themselves in trouble. Because there were some things that were said that could possibly get an employee in trouble. And that's the thing where I'm just trying to prevent that. We're moving out of that old system of thinking and the old structure that didn't work, and we're moving towards something that's following policy and regulation, and that's gonna be done right, and it's a great thing for everybody. But I can't say it out here, obviously, because I'm getting legal advice to not say those things. So I'll bring them up to the superintendent and the rest of the board and executive when we move it when we move that item to the executive, I guess. Well, what's the procedure there? Because you suggested we move it to executive?
Yes, sir, I do under 071 of the Texas Government Code.
Okay. I make a motion then to move it to executive?
Okay, Mr. Los Santos has made a motion to move it to executive session to discuss agenda item 11.
You want to go to executive session at this time?
Right. Now we can come back and then we can vote on it. Just so you all can hear, I mean, it's a learning lesson. And
Do we
it's-
have
and
to
it's-
change the order of the
Okay.
day?
Motion by Mr. Los Santos and a second by Costa Trevino. Do I need to word it any differently?
Nope.
Okay. The time now is 6:59, and we will go into executive session to discuss agenda item 11.
Okay.
Mr. Saldana. Carlos,
think it's just
we're gonna need Eddie on this?
Yeah, that's what.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. Is it all of these here, executive, or just this one item?
Item 11. Are we going to bring it to,
Yes, make a motion to approve the
I
modifications.
think we had already made a motion.
No.
no,
Not yet.
no.
So it's
Are
make
you
a motion
making-
to approve the modifications to, as discussed in executive session, to the, with legal, to the procurement process.
Okay, Mr. De Los Santos made a motion to make the modifications to the discussion that was, that took place, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Do we need to have any further discussion?
No.
Okay, let's take it to a vote. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Saita?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
President, and Mr. Pettis and I be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you, Mr.
appreciate,
Santana.
and
Thank
good
you,
luck
Mr.
to you all.
Pettis.
Thank you for
sir.
your
We're
presence.
available for the follow-up.
And thank you for
Thank
your,
you.
Thank you, sir.
for your consideration. That takes us now to item 4. Discussion on staffing, update packages for elementary, middle, and high school. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, so I wanted to bring this up regarding the packages. Mr. De Los Santos, earlier, you had mentioned, you know, about old practices. And we have some antiquated practices here in the district through no one's fault. And so one of the things that I've talked about at length have been our lack of position control or personnel controls. And so and that's a process that takes a long time to figure out. We need to figure out what we call a basic package for each campus, position control, and then how to fund that position. That process hasn't been done in the district for some time. Now, and the reason why it's important is, or let me give you just, and again, you probably know some of this already. So right now when campuses and need people, and we were reluctant to just have them hire people if we already had people in the district. And the problem sometimes is that we can't just hire on a whim, because if things change, if enrollment changes, then we no longer need those people. So we have to be able to adapt. We have to be able to adapt with what we have, with the number of students that we have, to meet the needs of the students. So that's where position control comes into place. So I want to credit the team for all their work on this. This has been a very lengthy process to find every employee, to look at how they're funded. Again, and I mentioned this before, we had one person that was funded with 13 different account codes. At most, you should be 2. But again, you know, so we have realized a lot of things over the last few months. And so I want to kind of share with you the work that has been done. So what you have in front of you, again, we do have it here on the screen as well. For the public, they can see the package, but they won't be able to see the names. So here's an example of the basic package that you see. Now, if you look at we have 3 different packages for elementary. We have the basic, which is up to 700 students, the basic plus, which is up to 900 students, and then our premium, which are 925 plus students. Now, the basic package is, if you look at the positions, that's the package that they're entitled to. Okay, in other words, that's how we staff those particular campuses, based on strictly enrollment. Now, I will tell you, this is strictly our paraprofessional staff. This is not teachers. Mrs. Staita, you brought up, well, I thought we were going to move towards a student to space ratio, and we're going to get there, right? We had to figure out what we have first. And the priority coming in over the summertime was, what can we do to increase enrollment? I really anticipated maybe 500 extra kids. We did not anticipate 1,500 kids. A good problem to have. So, so we've reacted. And we have been playing the role of firefighter versus fire marshal. So what we had to figure out, though, is where each campus stands in terms of personnel. So what I want you to look at here is look at all of the positions, finding these people, putting them in place. Now, I do want you to note that, I want you to look at the yellow, right? There are 3 positions that we have that are double stacked. In other words, where they're only authorized 1 position, there's actually 2 people in those positions, right? And so at this point, I'm hesitant to move anybody. But so right now, so they have extra bodies in that spot. But then if you look at the bottom where it says extra, you can see where they have extra folks. But then you see the basic package and the basic plus and premium package where they're entitled, right, or rather their allotment grows with their enrollment. So, and again, if you look at the current vacancies, they are funded vacancies through various funds. Just for your, and I don't want to insult your intelligence, just as a reminder that 199 is our general fund, 164 is our state comp ed, and then 211 is our Title I. So that's how those positions are funded. Now, if you look at the ESSER folks down here, right, and if you look at the ESSER folks at all of on the ones on the bottom, one could argue, well, why don't you just put them in pre-K? Well, we can't do that because ESSER funding only allows us to pay for learning loss individuals. So pre-K is not one of those grades where we can accommodate learning loss. However, understand this. Those folks that are being paid for through ESSER funds, remember, once ESSER runs out, they're done. Right. They have no job. So what we've been trying to do is really encourage those folks to actually apply for all of those vacant positions. Mm-hmm. And we have quite a few vacant positions just at the elementary, right? Now, this establishes equity, right? In other words, your package is based on the number of students. And we've already told principals, if you want more staff, get more kids. That's the name of the game, okay? So that's the elementary piece. And if you flip over, I'm sorry.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Can we ask questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I know, like you said, some of these positions that are doubled up and then there's still vacancies in some other areas. Why don't you, like you said, you're hesitant to move them. Why don't you transfer them or is that?
Oh, I'm just gun shy.
Huh? Don't be gun shy. I know you mentioned it before, but transfers are never an issue. I think of any of the previous issues we've talked about, transferring has never been an issue. Why wouldn't, I mean, as a board, I don't think anybody else would. Reassign. Yeah, we don't say that word anymore, right? But transferring, it's never been an issue.
Oh, I tell you, I am.
I don't know if any other board members have issues with it. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, because
I'm just,
and the principals actually are the ones that can request the reassignment if they're getting paid from ESSER funds, and now you want to move them into that vacant area, but the principals will ask you.
Right.
Well, I can't move anybody because that's considered a reassignment of a different position.
Yep.
But they're non-contractual. They're at will, aren't they?
That's correct.
Administrative assistants? I mean, paraprofessionals?
That's correct, and we'll discuss that.
And, I wanted that out. We'll get there.
Yes, we'll get there. And like I said, and as echoing Mr. Santos, you're right. We have some old systems that we need to come up with. We're 22 years into the 21st century. Right. At some point, we need to get there. Mm-hmm. And so what worked 20 years ago doesn't work today, and we need to take advantage of the tools. Okay. So that's the elementary staffing. I want you to go to the middle. I'd like for you to go to the middle school staffing. You can see that one of the middle schools is hurting, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I will tell you that all of these positions are actually posted, and principals, right, can actually start hiring, right? They have the ability to interview, they have the ability to hire, and fill all of these positions.
So what's the delay?
I don't know.
Because people are applying.
They are. We do have. So I will tell you that our application system is old. So in other words, if you apply for a job, it doesn't hold, it's not a database. It's just basically you're submitting a paper copy, and so you'd have to it's very painful to apply. We actually have a meeting on tomorrow. Is tomorrow Wednesday? I lose track of time. But tomorrow.
How long have they been posted? I mean, I know that there's been
So
discussion and outreach that they have vacancies. I mean, they're also, like I said, just a disclaimer, they're also taxpayers and citizens here and also employees. So sometimes there's outreach that say, hey, I have vacancies, we're short-staffed, we're hurting. But how long have they, I mean?
We open pools.
A while back?
How long a time?
Okay.
It's
just to clarify.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Board President. So pools have been open for a while. Different pools opened, some of them opened in July, some in August, some in September. And the issue has been identifying the funded positions. So just like Dr. Coronado said, the work that was put into these packages, the first step, because we don't have a position control system, well, let me rephrase that. It hadn't been utilized. So the first step was identifying those vacancies and then making sure they were funded. Because a lot of times positions come up, but even though principals, just like Mr. Nieto mentioned, when staff is moved, especially within a campus, there is a process. There's a form that gets filled out, it's sent to our department. We verify whether or not that move can happen based on certification, based on funding, based on availability. So sometimes that process isn't followed. So sometimes what we have in our system doesn't match what the principals have on their campus. Mm-hmm. So a lot of this was laborious work. It's talking to principals, it's meeting with principals. This is what I have, is that what you have? This is what I have, is that what, and you know, we're starting next Monday. We're going to the campuses and there've been a lot of things. So starting next Monday, we're going to the campus and we're meeting with staff, but a lot of this preliminary work has already been done to clean up the system. And then we're using multiple funds. So there's also Mr. Garlick and his staff who have been instrumental in helping us make sure that they're identified, that vacancies are where they're supposed to be. Because even working with the external funding staff and showing, okay, well, we have this vacancy here, and then hearing from external funding, no, that's not where the vacancy should be. So position control system is crucial. And we're trying to get this set up, and I think we said it in a couple meetings ago, that in order to even move forward with that system, we have to clean all this up. So that's what we've been doing. So the reluctancy in just handing over folders to principals is, we don't want to hand over a folder, have them interview, and then have to come back and say, oh, wait a minute, no, I know you put this recommendation forward, but that's not funded. So we have to make sure that the money is there. We don't want to onboard someone that we can't pay. So that's been the process. Now, when it comes to certain positions like our special ed positions, we've just said move forward. Those are crucial positions. We need to make sure that we have the staffing. Our aides, especially for pre-K, let's move forward. In some cases, it comes down to also employees not uploading everything that needs to be in the system. Like Dr. Coronado mentioned, it's a database that's separate from our Alio database where we keep our employee files. So having to manually go through that applicant portal, and I do mean manually, because there are a lot of things even that portal doesn't have available or doesn't do. So we have to physically, if we have 100 applicants in one of the folders, we have to physically go through and review those 100 applications and go back and check, do they meet this criteria, do they meet that criteria? Did they upload all the documents that are necessary? So then once you do that, and again, I've only got 4 staff members in my department.
I was about to ask you, how many people are in your department? Because you're dealing with a lot of issues right now. There's 4 plus you 5?
Right, 4 plus me 5.
So it's the next item.
Well, you know, and one of the things that you hit on it yourself is, we know that department, I mean, we all know the story behind that department.
Right.
And it was completely neglected.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was just neglected, and there was a team there. Well, that's the next item we're going to talk about. But my thing is do principals have, I know because this is one of their concerns, and I just remember what you were talking. Do principals have the option to go outside the pool? Because they have to select their team. You've said it yourself. You want to select your team to be successful. Mm-hmm. And if the pool that's available isn't someone that they feel that's going to fit in with their campus culture, climate, and goals, can they go outside the pool? I mean, is that an option they have?
They can recruit, yes.
Right.
They can
Outside-
recruit
outside the
out-
district?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. So the pool, what I mean by a pool is instead of posting a vacancy, for example.
Sorry?
Yes,
Right,
they
right,
have
they
to
have to
apply.
apply.
So
Yes,
when I
yes,
say
of course.
pool, I want to make sure that you all understand and that the public understands
Yeah.
that what a pool is, it's a generalization of a position, right?
Right.
So we have office clerk positions, as you can see. We have instructional aid positions. So rather than say, posting a position that says instructional aid Margot, instructional aid Memorial, instructional aid Airport, we post a pool, instructional aids. So that could be for any campus, and we do get quite a few applicants. So the principals are all allowed to pull from that same pool, that same folder, where they review those applicants, and then they decide, these are the ones I want to interview. And then they send that to us, and then we do the background check, and then we let them know it's clear, and, it's a whole process.
Question, you
Yes,
said
sir.
you have a pool, but is there a designated number of how many vacancies, like, say, for example, paraprofessionals? Is there, say, 8 that are, that we need?
Available,
Or
availability.
it's just a generic pool?
Right, so that's the next step, because now that we have identified, these are actually the positions. When we first started out and when these packages were being built,
Right.
we had our, I suppose, our vacancies that we said, okay, these are the campuses, this is where the vacancies are.
Right.
Then going back and talking to principals and identifying, oh no, they put somebody there, okay, that's not the vacancy they have, so they put someone there, that put a vacancy over here. So now the next step after, and these packages, actually, believe it or not, we just made final revisions this morning. So as of this morning, we now have this set. So now the next step is being able to go back and say, okay, office clerk, these are the campuses and the positions that we have available. Instructional aid, these are the campuses and positions that are available. So, yeah, it had to start with the cleanup first.
And I do want to add, and if you look at the asterisks, if you see a person on there, a person's name on there with 3 asterisks, they actually came from central office down to a campus. And so you can see all of the holes that they filled in on the campus. So I think that it was an opportunity for us to really load up the campuses, but you can still see we still have a significant amount of vacancies. But absolutely, principals are allowed to recruit anybody they want and then encourage them, well, you need to apply. So I think that's allowable. My biggest concern on all of these are the number of ESSER folks that we do have in the district.
Right.
And again, not to diminish their value, I would just, they're quality folks, and I would like to keep them longer than 2024. So we would like to encourage them to apply for some of these vacancies and at least give them an opportunity for some upward mobility within the district. And then the next page is the high school. You see we have DAP, SPG, and then we have also CTE, the early college high school, and then of course the high school. Now I will tell you, I was a little, I guess, shocked at how Weslaco High was understaffed actually in the clerical piece. So what we did this, and again, Ms. Zavala is correct. We were working on this morning, and she said this morning, but I think at 3 o'clock we finally finished this out and printed it out. But actually, if you look at there were, you could see 4 funded vacancies at the high school, and they had none. So we found the funding within our budget, and we moved some folks around, or moved some funding around rather, to open up these 4 positions so that Weslaco High can get those, to at least establish some equity. And again, we wanted to make sure that they both had 2 data entry clerks. And again, where East only had 1, we wanted to make sure that they had another one as well. So again, by establishing a package and by establishing position control, now we feel confident that we can move forward with hiring and filling all of the holes that we need. Now, the next step after this is obviously teachers. And what we're trying to do with that is our deadline for that, or our goal for that, is January, because we want to make sure that we bring back renewals to you a lot sooner than April. And so that's the idea, is to bring those renewals to you as early as we can, and also working on the calendar. And we're really just trying to get ahead of the game here so that once we identify our needs come January, if we need to make a big recruiting push for teachers and professional staff, that we can do that starting in January.
Dr. Coronado, I don't see anywhere on here in regards to ELF Academy. Do we have, information on that as to if there's needs?
The ELF Academy? Yes, we actually need four teachers and 1 data entry.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, our contract with...
I know we have that's what I was gonna ask right now, as far as the funding, do we have to revise the contract for additional funding,
So
or how does
I
that work?
believe it ends the 2025 is it ends, when those are our Donna 1, Donna 2, and Progreso. So we have 3 outlying campuses. Everybody else is on a campus.
I just want to say thank you because I know you've inherited a lot of issues and you've been working on a lot. Did he say 3 in the morning you were working on this, or did I hear that, or did I hear wrong?
3 this afternoon.
Oh, I thought I said 3 in the morning.
But she has worked until 3 in the morning, but yes.
Wow. Wow.
The team is very helpful, everybody, pitches in to help out, so it really is.
Well, thank you, because I know you, like I said, you inherited a lot of the issues and you're working, I know that you're working around the clock, so thank you very much.
And she's a doctoral student as well.
Awesome. Congratulations.
So that's the updated on the package, and as you can see, there are a lot of vacancies, and principals have the green light to hire, and we'll discuss that process, I guess. Subject to your questions, this is just a discussion item, but subject to your question, Board President, members of the board, I can entertain.
No, I think the questions will come with the board policy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you all for your diligence. Item 5, discussion on the human resources organizational structure and job description. Dr. Coronel.
Members of the board, we put in your packet, I think we have a slide here too that depicts what we would like the new HR organizational chart to look like. And I just want to go over some things. And again, I think to echo that, that department is severely understaffed right now. And as you can see, we have in the yellow, and these are all funded positions, by the way. We just haven't pulled the trigger on it. So we have 3, 4, 5, 6 vacancies in HR. I think one of the most critical ones are probably the HR compensation on the Wildcat line, and also employee relations. Employee relations would take a burden off of our assistant superintendents for school leadership, because right now they're the ones handling most of that right now, and a lot of those duties are split up. So again, I know that we've talked about this at length, and but this is and then what you also have are the job descriptions for these folks. And so I would like to proceed with this, and hopefully I have your blessing on that.
Well, I mean, one of the things is, from the very beginning, sir, we had this conversation, and it's like I told everyone, I know when I've transitioned to a new position, you need time to adjust and to become an expert in that area, and to understand how that department, or whatever the case may work. This department was something that was significant as far as neglect, and had a lot of issues that had to be addressed. And that was because it was a 2-person team at that one time, and then it dropped to a 1-person team. Then we had people retire and people leave, and now you're dealing with the size of it. And I had said from the very beginning that I think we needed to, not to take away from anybody or put anybody in a bad spot, but you have day-to-day operation and duties. I'm pretty sure that phone doesn't stop ringing from day-to-day operations and whatnot, calls and questions and current hires and whatnot. And then you have the inherited issues that are a monster. I'm pretty sure that takes all day long, and it sucks up a large percentage of staff. And I've asked over and over again, why don't we look at some type of consulting company or something like that to come in and address that issue, so that the day-to-day operations can still function at a high level. Because sometimes people don't understand, when nobody answers the phone or whatever the case, or this hasn't turned around. We're dealing with 2 major issues. You got 2,300 employees in this district, I think, more or less. 2,300 employees. about 2,300 employees, day-to-day operations and requests. And then you have the inherited mess that we're dealing with as far as years of service and pay and things like that was inherited. That, to me, I don't know because I'm not there, but I've heard the times that the hours that you all have been working. I just don't see how a 4 or 5 person team can tackle both at the same time.
Well, we're not. I mean.
And you might hire new people, but then she's gonna need to onboard them to teach them what process she wants and how that operates. For the other issue being the years of service and is there, I'm just asking, is there consultant companies out there that can come in and tackle that? Because it's not her issue and it's not our current board, issue, it's an inherited issue. So is that an option? Because I'm seeing that we're running out of time here. We're getting too close. December's going to be right around the corner.
So I can answer that, Board President and members of the board. So here's the problem with hiring, and we have considered an outside agency to come in to support. The problem with it is access. We would have to turn over access to, we have, and I've said this since I've been here, and we have multiple systems that we operate. I can't even get a personnel report that speaks the same language, right? So, but we have multiple systems that don't talk to each other. One speaks Spanish, one speaks English, and one speaks Chinese, and they don't communicate, right? So that's what we're operating in. So even if we brought in a consulting, let's say we brought in the Spanish speaker, well, they still can't speak Chinese, right? So we have an integration issue. So we're having to do this one by one, and that's why we made the decision. And a lot of this happened when we found years of service that were incorrect and salaries and we opened, as I say, we opened a hornet nest. You say I knocked it off the tree. So I mean, either way, we have a mess, right? But we're cleaning it up, and it's taking time to address each individual employee. And I think that we're making progress. At the first thing that we had to do, the first thing that we really had to do is identify all employees and then identify where they work. And it may sound so simple, right? It may sound, what, you don't know? Well, we knew there was a human there, but they were coded wrong. They were being paid wrong. You had a special ed aide working in the library, but getting paid out of special ed funds. You had a state comp ed person working in the office, right? This is one by one, campus by campus. Now, an outside agency or consultant wouldn't be able to help us with that because it's our problem to correct.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, I think the biggest help that is needed, and if you can see that from the positions on the bottom, are some of the clerical responsibilities. A lot of those things take up a lot of time, and you have to be very specific. So with the addition of that staff, then that frees me up to be able to do the things that I have access to, that I can do. But I'm so bogged down with all of those other little things. So, that'll offer that support. And just to, reiterate again, what Dr. Coronado was saying, some of the issues we found on the campuses, I don't want anybody to think that is, the fault of the principals or anything that they did wrong. I think when you have a culture of doing things a certain way and that communication of how it should have been done was never there, and the follow-through or regular audits, of employees and staffing, when that wasn't done, it's easy to lose people. It's easy to, I need the help over here. I'm just going to take this person, I'm going to move them over there. And if there was never a procedure put in place for that, then how would they know, that they were supposed to communicate that? So I don't want anybody to think that, oh my gosh, the principals, because they're trying to function. They're on the front lines. They've got to make sure that their campus is running smoothly. So, and even for them, this whole process has been very enlightening for them, and they have been very helpful. And they've been very upfront with the information, and with Ms. Solano and with Mr. Buttermer, and communicating with them to make sure that they have everything aligned correctly and that their needs are being met. It's been a learning process for everybody.
I did some research before coming to the meeting, and I saw other districts that were our size, and they had 10 to 11 people within the department.
Yes, sir.
And so,
I've been told that I'm staffed perfectly for a district of 500 people.
And I mean, you need highly qualified individuals to come in that are experienced,
So,
because.
so these positions, I'm sorry.
Catch up, yeah. Go
So
ahead.
these positions aren't posted yet, correct?
Not yet,
No.
not yet.
I wanted to brief the board first, although that, although it didn't, I guess I, don't take this the wrong way, I didn't need your permission, but I wanted your blessing, if that makes any sense. And so I wanted to make sure that you knew what we were going to do in HR. I've attached all of the job descriptions, so that we can move forward, but also wanted to brief you on the status of HR and also the work that has been done to get our position control under control. Again, through no fault of the principal, they moved people because that's where they needed it. And when we started doing this, we realized as central office that, you know what, they're missing folks. Now we know why they had to move and react to certain things. So I said, well, then let's just fund the positions, let's create these packages so that we can move forward. So again, there is a lot of work, and there has been a lot of work, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to support our campuses. That's the role of central office, is to support our campuses.
If I may, thank you so much, first of all, for the chart that has the annual salaries on there. It really helps me to visualize more of what the position will require, right? And so now that Dr. Coronado says, because he's absolutely right, the superintendent is in charge of job duties. The board does not say this job duty goes with this position. That's up to him. He doesn't need our permission, just a blessing. But I'm looking over at Employee Relations Manager 204. And that the minimum salary is pretty good, I think, 76,000. So that the requirements for that job, the employee relations manager, it's obviously a new position. What kind of qualifications are we looking at for a person like that?
So I have the job description here. I don't know if you have it, that we gave.
No.
No?
I don't think so.
I know that you, well, I don't want to get into that conversation here. I'll get into it in the back. We'll talk about the executives.
And while he's
About hiring. Yeah.
while he's looking at looking for the job description, that's a position that entails more of the the life of the employee.
Yeah.
So from talent acquisition to onboarding, but then also to the growth and development of the employee. Okay. Also issues that come up, which is why the assistant superintendents for the two lines have had to deal with a lot of that, because anything that comes up with employee issues on a campus that have to be addressed, that go through HR, you should have an employee relations person deal. And we're talking mostly about DGBA, so you have issues with grievances or investigations. You do need a person identified to take care of that, because that is almost, a one-person job right there.
Will these positions be posted?
Yes.
Will they be posted?
Well,
Go through the formal process?
With your blessing, yes, they will.
Once the board discusses, the pay scales. I only wanted to ask about the pay scales. I don't know if that's on one of the upcoming items as well, too. Is that part of the compensation plan? With regard to pay grades?
Yes, and then.
Okay, I'll save my questions for that time.
So I
have questions for that, but I won't bring it up with this topic.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, subject to any further questions regarding this particular item.
Thank you, Dr. Coronado and staff. Item 6, discussion regarding potential revisions to the 2022-23 compensation plan with regard to pay grade and years of experience. Dr. Coronado?
So, Board President, members of the board, I wasn't quite sure. I know that this was an item that Mr. Trevino and Mr. De Los Santos added on there. So what I have is 78 pages of every single employee, last year's salary, this year's salary, any adjustments or equity. And so I have that for your review. I didn't know if you're welcome to look at it, and if you had any other questions regarding it. But I don't have any revisions to our current compensation plan.
I had a question on the compensation plan, and really it's just about, it involves funding. I already understand the process, but just to reiterate, you took TASB's recommendations and modified our scales according to TASB, correct? Okay. But my only question is can we afford it? Because I was looking at Harlingen, and I have Donna, And I was going through the compensation plan, and, well, two issues. One was that, well, I was looking at the compensation plan, looking at other districts, and we're significantly higher, and I said, can we even afford this? Because like, I was looking at, like, one of them is, it's a certain category within the district, and just to give you an example, you know, to compare, their max for that scale is $30. Our max for that same scale is 41. You know, their starting is 21, and our starting is 28, and it kind of goes on, and these are good things, right? Because we're looking at cost of living, and we're looking at all these other issues, but when we did this, because we already had approved the budget, and now we're seeing these increases, and everyone did. The majority, and that goes into my second topic, the majority of individuals got a significant increase, all of our staff. I know Coach Guaya had called me, and we talked about it, and he said, let's go down the line, and let's go item by item, and we looked at yard crews, everyone, nutrition, the drivers from warehouse. I mean, everybody saw an increase in scale, but there was a few that didn't. There was a few that actually dropped and got locked out, and that's kind of something I wanted to talk to the soup, and it's kind of spread out throughout the plan. But other than that, everyone else got a significant boost. I have examples, and I know Coach Guerrero was up late last night.
If I may, Mr. De Los Santos. So I could tell you that I know that there was some concerns regarding some of our employees, because what TASB also did is they compressed some of the pay grades. So in other words, some employees, let's say, were a 306, right? But they really were a 304 within pay ranges. So because we had 12 pay grades and we went down to, let's say, 9 pay grades, right? So some of those pay grades were actually consolidated or compressed, and then the span was actually given larger. Now, remember that when TASB took our base salaries, right, there was an equity adjustment based on market value. The other thing was they took some of our existing salaries. So the one that you see, for example, for that's $28, that was an existing salary that already exceeded, right? That was just a 3%, what TASB had recommended and what I recommended back in May. So basically, if you just take 3% away from the 28, that's where they're starting salary. So it was already above the $21 anyway. So when everybody got the 3%, then those ranges actually expanded the payroll. So we do pay very well. And what we didn't do was we didn't.
And it is budgeted.
Right? And it is budgeted. We allocated $160,000. I want to say it's $160,000 towards all of our salaries, and we still have a lot of room. If you look at the number of vacancies that are allocated and are funded, right, we haven't paid any of that. So that's money still in the bank that we still have. And so we still have 28 teacher vacancies that are funded, but we still haven't paid any of that. So we have quite a few vacancies that we have already funded, and that's the theory behind position control. Make sure you fund all of your positions. Right now, if let's say we don't fund 10 vacancies at $30,000 apiece, well, we roll over $300,000. So we do have adequate enough funding. We do pay very well in Weslaco ISD, and looking at I always compare ourselves to Harlingen and Mission, because really in the Valley that's our competition. Right. No one's going to leave here to go to a smaller district rather. Right. I won't say the name, but we'll just but I use Harlingen and Mission as kind of some benchmarks for us and how we compete with them, and so I think we do very well pay wise. Now we also have to face the fact that inflation is going up, gas is going up. I mean, it's gone kind of on its way down, but there is a great resignation that's happening. People are leaving right now. And kids aren't coming to school. There was a report yesterday, TEA reported 43,000 students are no longer in public schools. Well, here we benefit from almost 1,500 students extra, which adds about $12 million to our budget. So we're reacting again to some of these things, but we do pay very well, and I would say our problem was we didn't scale right. So in other words, when we created our substitutes, because there was such a need for substitute teachers, right? Well, let's just increase the salaries for substitute teachers. Well, but what we didn't do was we didn't increase the scale for instructional aides. So what happens now is, well, I'll just be a sub because I make more as an instructional aide, right? So then we promoted our instructional coaches to honor their teaching credentials, but now what did we do? Now we outpaced an AP salary, right? So now we increased the AP salaries. Well, now we got to adjust the principal salaries.
Right.
So we have to. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and we just have to be careful when we scale salaries.
Right. And I understand, and you know, that's great. I was looking at the compensation plan, and I wanted to just to put that out there, that a lot of individuals were impacted in a positive way, and their max increased to where they can grow. But there was just a few that they reached out, and it's my job. They reach out. It's my job as a rep, you know, as being a board member, that to bring up those concerns, because they said, well, why not my position? Why did my position get lowered down, and then it kind of maxed me out? And that was, and it's a few categories through there that are affecting people, and that's just, I wanted to bring that to light and get an answer for them, and so they can understand the process.
Now, the bottom line is, next year.
Right, they'll be maxed out. They didn't lose money, you're correct. They were at 31 last year, they got bumped down to a scale now that's maxed out at 31. And they said, well, it's not true what I'm hearing out there, because I didn't get a raise, I have my check stubs.
So, if I can just address that real quick, because I get a lot of those emails too. And I'm explaining one at a time, and then we're going to be going to the campuses so I can explain better. Most of those emails are coming from people in the 300 series. Right. And the misconception is that they moved to another pay grade, when in fact they didn't. Just like Dr. Coronado said, that particular pay grade was compressed, and it was adjusted by TASB. So, for example, there are those that were in 306, but that pay grade was renumbered to 304, because I believe that pay grade went all the way to 312, and now it goes to 310. So it got compressed by 2 pay grades. So the pay grade, or the pay, and then again, they did adjust scales based on the 80-20, right? So that also occurred through TASB. But the other issue is, just like Dr. Coronado mentioned, is once that change was made to readjust teachers, readjust instructional coaches, readjust our nurses, librarians, now that is sort of set up a trickle-down effect, right? Or trickle up, maybe. And now all of those positions are going to have to be reviewed, because now we've kind of, it's like he said, you have instructional coaches now that are being paid more than APs. So now we have to look at APs. Now we have to look at principals. We're pretty much going to have to look at everybody, because the administrative assistant positions were also rescaled. A new scale was developed. That was changed. So we have to look at all the positions. We have to look at the clerical, we have to look at the professional, and that's going to take some time. So, and then again, also, you know, the longevity stipend that was added in to help with those that might max out. But there's also the consideration, and I'm also communicating this to those that ask, is not just perhaps the misconception about that change, because there was no change, it's just, the grades were renumbered, is what I'll say. But pretty much, you know, the board approves increases every year too. So as those increases occur, and as we do another pay study, then those scales are adjusted again. So it's, and the other thing too is we also want to promote growth, right? We want to make sure that we have career pathways set up, because we want to encourage our folks to move up the chain, right? And I mean, if they're happy where they're at, of course, but we also want to encourage people to grow in their careers and to grow in their jobs and to perhaps pursue, you know, other positions. But the opportunity for that adjustment is coming. It's just going to take some time, because we do have to do it in phases.
Dr. Coronel. Yes, sir. May. In referencing Ms. Zavala with this email that we had gotten on the administrative assistants.
Yes.
So I see that some went up, some went down, the years. However, are the job responsibilities taken into account for some of these that went down? And then are we being equitable? Because I noticed some of the names, I wish we didn't have names, or at least the positions next to the name of what they're servicing. But if I look just at a few, I know a few do twice as much because they have twice as much as students. So are we doing them an injustice?
So I can answer that question. And we went from a system to recognize the level of administrative assistant to who they served, and we went back to how many years of experience they had, right? Now, is that equitable? I guess it's equitable if you have been in here for 21 years and you're making just as much as somebody that has been here for 10 years, and so then it's not equitable, so we need to make sure we have that adjustment. Now, you are correct in that some of our administrative assistants do more based on their office or on their department. So what we're going to propose in October 18th?
October 18th?
October 18th is that we have, so the career path that we have for our administrative is office clerk, administrative assistant, and then executive administrative assistant. The problem with our executive administrative assistant, we only have 3 positions, right? And they're not scalable, right? So what we want to be able to propose to you all on October 18th, and we're working on the pay charts right now, is which positions are considered executive administrative assistants. And so we're looking at that now because you're absolutely correct. So, I mean, if it was up to me, administrative assistants would only be at certain levels, but we have way too many clerks. We have too many administrative assistants. I mean, I don't know how that is, but that's the way it is, and that's the system we have. But we have, and so we need to make sure that we take care of the load that they're responsible for.
Because even if you start getting into, if you were to start to go that far and deviate from the compensation plan and start thinking, well, you're at campus A that has 400 students more than campus B, so we're going to pay you more. Well, you're going to have everyone coming out the woodworks. I mean, everyone's going to.
We already have that.
Yeah, you're going to say, hey, I'm an AP or I'm a principal at this campus. I got 1,100. They have 7. I mean, so you really, that's a tough one. That's a Pandora's box kind of.
Yeah, the tough one is okay. So is it more fiscally responsible that, okay, well, why don't we just put 2 clerks instead of 1 administrative assistant, right? And so is it about people or is it about duties?
Right.
So I think we have to really kind of analyze exactly what those duties are for an administrative assistant. When we have our TLI department, for example, what's their role versus a campus secretary? I mean, I was a high school principal. I would tell you, a campus administrative assistant, they are busy.
They don't sit down.
They don't sit down. They're busy, and so maybe they should be at that executive level. So we have to look, but to what end?
Right.
Right. Well, I do this and I do that, and so what we're trying to listen. But in the compensation plan, and what people don't realize is that in the back page of the compensation plan is a job position review. Mm-hmm. Individuals can actually write down what they do, right? And the superintendent is authorized to change their pay outside. So, but they're allowed to go through that process because I don't know what, for example, I don't know what a band secretary does. I don't know what an athletic secretary does, or that person. I know what Madi does. I know what Rosemary does, and so, but there are things, I don't want to say that we're so far removed where we don't know what people are doing. But I think at some point, people need to advocate for themselves. And in Weslaco, they really do advocate for themselves, right? They're not shy about that. But there is a form in the compensation guide, it's online, that they can submit the form to their supervisor. It can be reviewed, and we can adjust their pay accordingly or not.
I think, we have a compensation plan that's not perfect, but we already
But y'all are working on it.
Yeah, but we already came from a compensation structure that was broken. And now it's structured and then to go back to going off the rails again,
Right.
and I think it just wouldn't make
And I
sense.
think a lot of that too, if I can just add to what Dr. Coronado said, because he brought up the job reclassification request form, which we've been recommending left and right. I think one of the things, and this was something that both Dan and I encountered when we first came on board, is there were so many job descriptions that hadn't been rewritten since 2009, 2012. I mean, and jobs evolve, right? Responsibilities evolve. And so you have employees reaching out saying, well, I mean, this is my job description, this is what I'm getting paid, but that's not really what I do. You know, I also do this, this, and this. So our approach has been, you know what? You're right, but there's a process. So go sit with your supervisor, fill out that request form, pay special attention to the time and effort portion, because there's a time and effort portion on that form, and give us exact information on what you do and the percentage of time that you spend doing that. Because it's quite possible that you are in the wrong position. You know, not just your pay, but perhaps your title is wrong. Perhaps the whole position is wrong. In fact, we had this issue come up with transportation. We had some of our transportation folks reach out, and Mr. Aguilar and Mr. Americo Garza and I have met with them on several occasions already, and we've been doing some studies and discovered just that the positions that they've been in, some of them for more than 20 years, have not changed. They've come into the position performing a certain role, and the pay and the title didn't change, but the job evolved. So that's one of the big studies that I've been kind of trying to do on the side in addition to everything else, because this is a critical department and we need our drivers, right? So we need to make sure that that department is staffed properly and that those positions are aligned the way they should be. Because then you have people also that kind of feel, you know, underappreciated. And I think also we have to pay attention, even as supervisors, as principals, that although every job description says other duties is assigned, let's make sure that it's not a whole other job you're giving someone, right? Other duties are a few small duties here and there, but once you move over to changing the job entirely, well, that's different. But there is a process. Yeah, you have to describe what it is you're doing. We have to study it against your job description, study it against other job descriptions. If we don't have others or TASB models, then look at the market, what else is out there, because believe it or not, there are so many positions in other districts that aren't even on TASB models, right? But they're necessary and they're current. So it is a very long process, and we are trying to adjust it, but we're trying to do it the right way. I think so many times people might be under the impression, well, I'll just call or send an email. I don't think this is right, so this is what I think it should be. And they might be absolutely right, but we need to do that study. We need to submit the form. We need to make sure your supervisor's aware. We need to make sure that they sign it. We need to go back and review it and follow the proper channels, and then make that recommendation to the superintendent so that he can make that final decision.
Well, thank you and your staff
You're
for all
welcome.
y'all do.
Thank you.
Really, truly.
So just to understand correctly, because people will ask, there is something at the very back of
The compensation plan.
compensation plan, that if you want to advocate for yourself, there's a process.
Last 2 pages.
Last 2
Right,
pages,
but-
in case anybody's, you know, they're going to be
And
asked.
and it's online,
Yes.
and they can just download the form and fill it out.
There you go.
One
Thank you.
one last question, and like I said, all these are concerns from individuals that are outreaching.
Sure.
The how do I put it? How did they ask me? They wanted me to find out about these. They had questions for me. I said, I don't know these questions. You call HR, but I want to ask for you at this meeting. The administrative secretaries. So you know how you have your breakdown there, where you have like a level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. The question was out there, because all the staff is looking at compensation plans, they're all looking at their pay.
Yes.
And so they were asking, if you're an executive secretary, if you're a secretary for an executive level, are they going by the entire years that you've had? They're saying, hey, you've had 26 years, that's your weight? Or are they going based off of the number of years you've actually been in that position? Kind of like a teacher.
It's like a teacher, right? So coming into a position, it's number of years of relevant service. So, for example, if we're looking at administrative assistant, you're counting the number of years of relevant service, not just in the district, but outside, because you have people sometimes that come in that they've been secretary somewhere else. So we also give them credit for those years of service. So it's relevant service.
Because I don't know the categories, but if there's another position and they've been doing that for 16 years and now they switched over into something like a secretary, they don't get the 16 years of secretary.
Sometimes they do get partial credit. It just depends on the position and what they were doing. Yes.
Thank you.
So, looking at this sheet right here, the one we received, the one we were, for me, it makes it a little difficult looking at the years of experience, and even from this journal here, or from the binder, there's a person here with 20 years' experience making us an amount, or, yes, making a certain amount. Then I look at this sheet right here, and there's a person here with 20 years making a little less. So why the disparities? Why the differences? Even on the sheet itself, I'm looking at number 5 and number 6 on the list, just to keep
Is it the same
confidential.
position, sir?
That's what I don't know. It's just under administrative
So
assistant.
I can probably add some light to that. And I'm trying to look for my sheet that had that in there, but I think.
That's the one you're looking at.
So, sir, I had mentioned to you and the rest of the board that
Same 20 doesn't match up to the 20.
years ago, people came in at different salaries. I don't know why that is. We had some teachers with 0 years' experience get 5 years credit. We had administrative assistants come in at a set salary. We had some come in at a different salary. So you're right, that's a clear discrepancy, but I can't, I don't know why those people came in at a different salary. None of us were here when their salaries were computed when they initially started. So you're right, there was a person in there, if you look down, there's a person on there with 21 years of service, and I was a little disturbed that person was making less than a person that had, I think it was 6 or 7 years of service.
Right.
But you also see that we corrected that this year. And so, but the discrepancy that you're referring to, sir, is that you're absolutely right in that people came in at different salaries and we can't figure out for the life of us, there's no record, we have no idea how they came in.
Well, but the thing is, we can identify, because you just got there, but we can identify who was working on it. We can identify that, and that's something that, the accountability, and like I said, leaving you out of this because you just got there, but the accountability on employees for those mistakes, it just keeps going by over and over again. We identify problems over and over again in every single department. We talk about it, people admit to it, whatever the case may be, and then we just keep on moving on, and we're still operating with that same broken system. So when do we start holding people accountable and say, hey, you know what, you were here, you saw this came across your desk, you did nothing about it.
Well, and
that's the point that I'm trying to make too, is that not talking to you, ma'am, right? I want to make that clear, but there was people in those departments that saw these things happening. There was people in the departments that signed off, processed, worked on it, and yet we just keep moving forward. And that's kind of what really disturbs me, because I just don't know how you're going to operate and be successful like that.
So, and I do want to just point out too, that some of it could be error, but some of those cases too, just to get back to your question, Mr. Trevino, it depends on the actual employee, right? Because you have employee trajectories that are different. So you have an employee with 21 years of service, but one employee could have come in as perhaps in food services, and the other one came in clerical. So even though they had the 21 years, they were in different positions in the beginning, and they were in different pay grades. And so if you remember from the compensation plan, when you calculate an in-district promotion, you are using the employee's current salary. So if that current salary was, let's say, someone who went from, let's say, food services to clerk, and someone who maybe went from clerk to data entry clerk. So the one who went from clerk to data entry clerk was likely making a higher salary, so that promotion was a little bit higher. And this one going from food services was making a lower salary. So based on that percentage, it wasn't as much. So you also have to look at the trajectory of the employee. So even though they now are in the same position with the same years of service, it could be that they had different trajectories, and so they had different salaries that were used to compute those different increases at different points.
And that's a good point. A good example would be an office clerk, say at Mary Hope Middle School when I was principal, office clerk, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then you promote that office clerk because we think they can do the job as an attendance clerk. So they go from a different pay grade to actually the number of days they're working also increase.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you promote those people that you have. An office clerk is a basic one. A paraprofessional makes more money than an office clerk, attendance clerk, data entry. but then it comes into play the number of days of work. So,
You know-
it's a total different scenario there.
there's a lot of
Everyone
scenarios.
it's a case by case,
Right.
and you kind of have, and that's part of the study we're doing right now, right? Looking at each employee and looking
Correct.
at each case, and it's going to take some time because we're looking at over 2,200 employees. But you have to look at it on a case by case basis.
I know you responded to my question, you said, well, it's an employee error, but this is I don't think it's an error. I think this is a complete breakdown, okay? And that's the way I review it. I mean, we all see things differently, but it's not just an employee error. It's a complete breakdown. And it's one that's been going on for a while, and we need to discuss the reality is that there's people there that have been there for years, and there's people there that have signed off and worked on all these documents and these issues. It's not to me, it's not an employee error. It's a complete breakdown in the system and how it was functioning, and yet we can never get a report as to when it really started. I mean, I really don't like throwing out terms like, you didn't do it, but others, 20, 30 years and et cetera like that. That's a lot of people that aren't here anymore. And that's a lot of people that can't stand at that podium and defend themselves. And yet, and I would really like to know exactly when did this system start to break down? And I don't want to hear it, I want to see it. Show me exactly when you can identify, look, this is when the error started, this is when the processes that were in place started being ineffective. And who was there doing that? Because we keep not holding anybody responsible. I mean, there's no accountability whatsoever here.
And even
on
as a
any
board,
topic.
Mark, this is actually the first time I don't think you guys have ever, you've been here longer than us, some of you guys have been here for 2 years. When has the board ever gone and said, let's look at salaries and let's compare it to what I don't think any other boards have ever done that. Did you guys ever do something like that? And look at salaries and say, let's see if they're on the right scale, or are they moving up, or, has any other board ever done that?
I mean, it's an issue that's been echoed. I mean, you
I don't
all went to the
think we
district,
have really,
we know the story. It's been out there. But now that we've looked
we
into
haven't done
it,
that.
it's like, okay, when did it start? Who was there? Let's not, I know I've heard comments like, well, let's just let things go. Let's move forward. Let's forget about it. I'm not saying you said it, but I've heard them, and I'm like, no, you don't. You don't just identify problems and just say, okay, you know what? Let's talk about it. Let's keep moving forward. You talk about, okay, where did the system break down and at what point? And I'm not saying we have to have personnel changes or anything like that, but have they adapted? Have they grown? Have they learned to not operate in the way that they were operating? I mean, in reality, it almost happened again, as far as our compensation upload, right? That's the reality of it. It almost happened again. So we need to see, okay, have we fixed the problem, and has the department been fixed? And that's what I'm trying to say, is that accountability here, like, when can we narrow it down? I don't like the 20, 30-year comments.
That is my concern, exactly, because if we didn't have that meeting on October 13th, 20, whatever it was, or August, that workshop, we'd still be functioning as normal, or not normal, but we'd still be functioning with the wrong or broken system, and none of this would even be a matter, or would have been brought up, and we would still be going in the wrong direction. So that is my concern. And I mean,
compensation, pay raises, things like that. Those,
and at what
identifying
point-
people that are being overpaid, like those. I think that's what he means.
And
Okay,
at
you're
what point do we-
you're looking at
when-
like, what are you all talking about?
I
But that's
was
what-
just a
Okay.
little confused. But
I think
okay,
that's what he's talking about.
Okay.
That workshop that we had in
The
August.
workshop that we had, I think prior to that, nothing was, I mean, we were just going as.
And discussion is
normal.
good. I mean, I know a lot of people say, well, yeah, or, there's people have comments and let's move on. But what happened? Discussion is good. The workshop, I know, was difficult. It brought up a lot of different issues, whatever the case may be, however it turned out, but it ended up with productivity that came out of that workshop.
I think
It did.
We're moving
There was
towards
stipends,
solutions.
there was
It's just
identifying
taking
issues.
time.
Right.
We're moving towards solutions. We've identified the problems. We're looking at what we're going to fix. It's going to take time. And I know, some people we get impatient. It's our salary, it's our money, it's what you live off of, it's your bread. But we figured the solutions. This is what we're going to do one by one. Go to each schools, and hopefully, we'll get to it. But I know it's going to take time, and I understand that you're overloaded
Right.
at HR. I understand.
But the accountability,
I do.
that's what I want. I mean, I know, if all that, but I want the accountability, because we keep going department by department and identifying issues, but now I want to switch gears, and now we need to talk about accountability. And I'm not saying as far as you, but you and your department, where did it, when you have the chance, I know you're way overloaded, right? But when you get additional personnel and all that, we need to eventually identify when did it really start. The 20, 30-year comment, like I said, again, I'm hitting it again. I don't like that. I think we need to have accountability and say, okay, where did it start? Department by department. Okay, you have errors, where did it start? And is it gonna get fixed? You know, we just discussed that in another issue, and it was done well. It was done maturely. We went and discussed it, and we made provisions and changes that are good for everybody, for all parties. So that's all I'm trying to say to staff out there. It's not about, some of you are all brand new, but it's just, we need accountability. Look at your broken system in place that's there. You know, that's what we gotta look at.
Right, so if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is, and I'll just use an example, an employee perhaps who was given the wrong years of service. So when did that happen, and who was it that entered that, and?
Well, you could, because you're already doing it. You're already going person by person, but what I'm
Right.
trying to say is you came in, you made minimal changes, and you're operating with the same staff that was there years before you. So have the errors in the processes been fixed? And that's what I'm trying to say, accountability.
So identifying
you're
then
new,
maybe
but not
who
the
made
staff.
those errors,
Well,
and whether or not that has been corrected, or that has been, I see what you're saying.
You know,
Okay.
does people need to go to training? Do it has to be a whole new revamp? You know, because like in the compensation plan, well, we had our August that meeting, right, that workshop. He decided to go a little bit further, and he got that file, which was the compensation upload that was done, and he identified errors that we kind of knew were out there for a long time, because we've been talking about it. And so what I'm saying is that if it was going to happen again, you know, is there a correct, like a presentation on okay, this is what we did to fix it. This is who the individual that works on that file. This is what was being done wrong, or these are the, you know, that's what I'm saying. Some accountability.
Have we identified the cause? The cause of all this?
That's it. You know, because people keep asking. and we don't
If I
have an answer.
if I could add, I think, I think we probably moved a little too fast, and to try to get the year started. And so I think that there were some missteps, and I take responsibility for that, because I really wanted to get the year started, and just get people in position. And so I think that when we moved, we probably moved and took some missteps, and I think that the meeting in August allowed us to be very reflective, and you ask a lot of hard questions that we had to find the answers for. And then to pinpoint some of those things, and I still think that HR is currently understaffed, and the problem is that there's too few people doing too many things, right? And things don't get done or checked as they should. And so I think because we will add those folks to post those positions, and I think that we'll get a lot of people want to work in HR.
Right.
And they don't know what they're asking for, but they want to work in HR. But I think that hopefully within the next few weeks, we can get a lot of those positions filled, and start having some more checks and balances and accountability and so forth. And so I do think that that we probably did move a little fast trying to get things going, and we've learned, and I think that's the key.
Yeah, and our staff deserves highly qualified staff working in a department that's as critical, because that's their livelihood, that's their pay, that's their retirement. So, I mean, that's just the only thing that I ask, is that you have the full authority to select highly qualified staff with experience to come in and help you and support you and take that department to the next level. I mean,
I think that's the key, that's the key right there, is bringing in experienced people to help move this department forward.
And I don't have the full authority, because recommendations have to go to the superintendent.
No, I know,
so-
but you do the recommendations, that's what I mean, yeah.
But yes.
So,
Is there a way we can hire, I mean, I know Region 1 has personnel to come in and help some of this, because, again, this just doesn't sit well with me, having people with a different years of experience, some making a lot more, some making less, because people talk, they all know what they're making as well, and some know that, hey, why is that person making more than I am? She just came in. Yeah, I mean, and you explained it, and I understand to a certain extent on what you're saying there, but at what point are we gonna level this playing field out?
Well, that's the magic question, you know, in terms of when you're trying to level 2,300 people out, we started first with our teachers to try to, and then we went to instructional coaches. And now we're looking at our administrative assistants, and then we're trying to level out bus drivers. You know, we're trying to do this with minimum staffing in HR. And so, but sir, you're right. I mean, it's not level, it's not even. There's not, you know, we need to have a more equitable and reliable system when we calculate salaries. And so, but also the workload. And so we also have to consider workload, not just years of experience. By policy, seniority is not a factor for promotions, for reassignments, or anything. It's actually number 5 out of the number of criteria. So when we look at some folks that come in with 1 year's, 2 years experience versus people that have 20 years, a lot of that stuff is considered. Without knowing the specific situation that you're referring to, that, you know, I don't have the answers. That why certain people are making certain things. That's what they made when I got here, and we calculated the 3%, and we did the TASB study, and we moved them up accordingly. So now, again, I think the question is going to be the starting point, and I think that's your biggest concern.
That's the biggest concern,
You
and
know.
I understand that you walked into this and you walked into this, but I do understand, just from the audit alone, it almost seems like, hey, this person came in 10 years ago, well, you know what, we're gonna pay you, everything was just by, there was no rhyme or reason, it was just, hey, I like you better, or I know who you're related to, let me start you off here, let me start you off here, and that's why this is broken right now.
You know, and you got Paris can work 16 years in the district and they go into teaching and they only get credit for 2, correct? You got teachers that can go into administrative roles and they get started at the bottom. Their teacher experience doesn't carry into their administrative.
So it does,
Well,
according
to a
to
certain
certain,
extent,
yes.
right, to a certain extent. The same should go also for individuals, and that's kind of our concern too, because we got to manage the taxpayer dollars. And that's another thing too, when we got to look at these scales for these positions, it's, okay, they're extremely high. You know, our scales are higher even for the central office administration, higher than most of the districts you discussed about comparing to, significantly. Okay, and even the starting is higher significantly. So we just got to be careful with taxpayer dollars and not go on lose control of that, and also look at when we start individuals, because you have individuals that really don't have the experience in that category, but yet they're starting way past the midpoint or toward the max. It's difficult, and I always think about morale. I think about, we think about our campus principals. You were on the campus yourself. They don't stop. Okay, they're on their feet as well too, and we got to think about them and their career path and trajectory, and also their morale. You know, and I'm mostly speaking to the soup. Actually, I'm looking at you, but really I'm talking to you. That's something that we really got to look at as well.
And I could say, sir, that our finances are actually, we're actually doing well. We've only spent 8% of our budget, and we're 3 months into it.
But we got a lot to fix too.
So we have a lot to fix, sir, and
So
so
that's what I'm saying.
I'll be the first one to admit that, especially on the capital side. So yes, sir.
But
Thank
he's gonna take time to fix all that.
Yes.
It's gonna take time and personnel.
I always remind principals and the team, there's 3 things that we'll never have enough of. It's people, time, and money. We'll just never have enough of that. So let's learn to make do with what we have and maximize its efficiency. And I think that's what's important, and that's what's kept us going. So I want to give credit though to the team, and because they have worked hard in identifying everything that you're seeing here. And I could not do this without all of them.
And be honest with staff. 10 years, I tell them all the time when I get the phone calls, I said, people, 10 years of mismanagement and neglect is not going to be fixed in a year. I mean, it's going to take time.
Yes, it is.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Item 7, Discussion and possible action to amend Board Policy DC Local, Employment Practices, second reading. Dr. Coronel.
Board President, this is Ms. Sustaita's item that she had worked on before.
Yes, but I see, Dr. Coronel, that on the proposed revisions, there are a lot more changes than what I actually asked for. On our current policy of DC, local, we have employment of all personnel, and I did email legal and you on June the 7th, and I did say, at the time, it's board authority to hire, to approve contractual and non-contractual personnel. And I thought maybe we had said that we were going to delegate that to the superintendent, the non-contractual. But we actually never changed it in policy. And I did email on June the 7th, but it's taken a while to get a response. Right, I see that. But now I see that in the new proposed revisions, it went back to the old way of not, that we're going to give up the non-contractual authority.
So here's my understanding, and this is the timeline that I put together here. So prior to March 8th, 2021, the board had the authority to hire only contractual personnel.
Mhm.
On March 8th, the board changed and had authority to hire all personnel, contractual and non-contractual. On November 3rd of 2021, so just 7 months later, then the recommendation was that the board delegate their authority to the superintendent to hire non-contractual staff to avoid such delays. Okay, so here we are in a period of 19 months, looking at its fourth revision, and so I don't know what's on here, though.
No, the current one says, the current policy that we have and that we've had that never changed since March was the way it is right now online, which says the board retains final authority for the employment of contractual and non-contractual personnel.
Right.
That's the way it is right now. That's the way it's been since March of 2021. It never got moved to the board gives the authority back to the superintendent.
That was on
And I think
November 3rd,
she
2021.
She informed you also, I think, in spring.
Yeah, in June, I informed you guys.
So we had been practicing, I guess, based on that verbal, because it was my understanding that the superintendent had the authority to hire non-contractual, right? So we had, I guess, been doing that in practice, but I don't know that we were supposed to.
We never changed it.
We never changed.
No, we talked about it in
never
exec,
changed it.
well, I don't even know if I can even say that well. It was a discussion in private, but we never actually followed through.
Well, here, so I have the minutes.
I thought we gave authority because remember it was during COVID and we were not
Well, I know we had shortages and they wanted to move faster on hiring. We had just brought on Dr. Valdez on board. We felt a little bit more
That's correct.
trusting, but we never voted on it. We talked that we were gonna bring it to a vote, but we never voted on it.
So
then I brought
you did vote on it. It's right here. You made the motion.
When? That's what I'm saying. Did we or did we not? Because when I asked in June 7th,
It says here,
you
it
guys
says
said
Ms.
no.
Jacqueline Sustaita made the motion to approve the changes in policy DC local employment practices as presented. Mr. Marcos De Los Santos seconded the
Okay,
motion
so
and
we
it
did.
passed
I
unanimously.
thought we had, that's why I said we give her
Well, that's what I
authority.
I was
asked.
asking you, you said, no, we
Yeah,
didn't,
you
so
told us
I'm
we
going off of
didn't.
what you did.
So it was. now-
That's in a board meeting?
Because it's not on the
That was-
TASB policy. No one
So,
changed it.
so
So
it
that's
was,
probably what happened.
okay, so it was approved by the board on November 3rd, 2021 for the superintendent to have the authority to hire non-contractual personnel.
Correct.
However, what I think happened, this is I wasn't here, so what I think happened was there wasn't like a second reading, or there wasn't, or TASB didn't make the update to the policy online.
Or
So-
we just didn't submit it.
So if yes,
think we did a
so
second reading.
if I could address that, because actually it came to me and I brought it up to Dr. Coronado. So in submitting the requests for DC and DK, our TASB analyst reached out to me and she said, hey, Dorlisa, I'm seeing policy DC. There was a draft that was submitted on November of 2021. And I never heard back with what to do with that. And I said, okay, well, I didn't oversee policies at the time. Let me do some digging and see what I can find out.
Okay.
So I did some digging. I said, I'll get back to you. I asked her, can you just send me an email? So she did, and I said, okay. Did some digging, and I found back in the November board meeting, I believe it was November 13th.
November 3rd.
November 3rd. So I found the minutes. I copied them and sent them to Ms. O'Connor. I said, this is what I found in the minutes. And she says, oh, okay, so then you changed it. All right. So then I said, okay, so what does that mean? And she said, well, that means that the board voted, they passed it, it changed, it just, nobody let me know. So I never, and I said, okay, so what does that mean? She says, it's enacted when your board approves it. Whether you send
That
it
was
to
my
TASB
question
or
in
not,
June.
it's the board that makes that decision. So it should have been there and it should have been in place the whole time. It's
Okay.
just that someone neglected to
Because
send
in June,
that to
I
her.
did tell you, I thought we had given the authority back.
Right.
Can somebody look into it? And it just never got anywhere. And then you sent us an email saying, I think you guys, you're supposed to have the authority, not me. You sent us an email this
Yeah,
week.
he
So
told
then
us
that
that
confused
we
me
had-
even more.
Because that was what was in the manual.
Because I went by the manual. I didn't know about the November board
And it was
meetings that
actually
changed.
just this past Thursday that she pointed that out to me and that I brought to, so then she said, okay, so what I'm gonna do, and this is hers, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna send it the way that the board adopted it back in
Okay, 'cause
November.
now I'm seeing
And then I'll
that
add the
right now.
revisions to that, because that's what should have been in place.
Okay, because that's what I saw right now. I said, hey, we never talked about this after all. So that's my question to the rest of the board. We were under the assumption that we were supposed to be still authorizing the non-contractual, but now on the revision, it does give the authority back to the superintendent for non-contractual personnel. And I don't know what you guys feel about that, I'm fine, but what I did say, for us to add is there in blue about the recommending the relatives paragraph, I'm fine with that. I just did want to point out that the revision does now say that the superintendent has authority to recommend or to hire or terminate non-contractual personnel. It is a revision on this policy now. That should have been there since November, but never was until now.
Is this the one TASB said only 2 districts have this verbiage?
That was in DK.
No, that was DK.
That was DK.
Oh, DK.
No, this is
Not
the family.
D- This is the family.
Yeah. Is there a?
DC is outside employees,
Yeah.
DK internal.
Right. He doesn't have a copy of it. Yeah. See if I find it in the packet.
I didn't see it in my
I
packet.
didn't see it in the packet.
I
That's
didn't
why
either.
the write-up.
Yeah.
The final changes.
It's in an email that you sent us on, it's in our emails, I have it open.
Yeah, but I thought I didn't, I.
No, it's not in. You sent us an email on September 29 with the revisions of both policies.
I think it'd be important, yeah, that they see the.
I don't
think-
have it in my packet.
Can we
should
take
see it.
a break or? No? Or we come back to the item?
Can we come back to that item?
We can come back to the item.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
You know what?
Well, the next one is also another policy,
what?
the DK.
Can we go already into item 12? And then come back when we reconvene and take on 8 and 9? If that's okay.
Yeah, 8, 9.
So let's go to closed meeting, we can
10,
take care of closed meeting, and then we can come
Make a
back.
motion. Yes.
So I'll make a motion to go into closed meeting at this time, so change the order of the meeting right now.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Gonzalez to go into closed
That way they can
session,
get
and
pronounced.
Mr. Walter Osaka has second to go into executive session and then
Can we get copies?
reconvene and then go back to
That way
items
they can
8
see it.
and
That way they
9.
can see it too.
And before we go, are we going to discuss the things in closed session that are here?
Yes.
Okay. So, 1, discussion on district standards of professional conduct and expectations as to the superintendent. 2, discussion with legal counsel on board policy DC, legal and local, and DK, legal and local pertaining to reassignments, promotion, and hiring of contractual and non-contractual employees. 3, discussion on hiring legal counsel to investigate and/or review district's discipline of personnel following reported incidents of prohibited conduct. 4, discussion on employees' request to reset to original job position prior to the district reorganization for the 2022-2023 school year. The time now is 8:55. and we will go into closed session. The time now is 11:13, and we've reconvened in open meeting. Before we get into the closed meeting items, we left off with item 7, discussing the possible action to amend board policy DC local employment practices, second reading. We had discussion and brought to light that this had been addressed previously, and that the authority was given back to the superintendent to make changes with non-contractual employees. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So the question now is there anything to amend or just to uphold whatever? Jackie, you're the one that...
No, we already put in blue writing here on the revisions they gave us about the recommending relatives for employment, and it just kind of defines who the recommending person as an administrator or would be. That's all it is. And so you guys hopefully already read through it, and if you're okay with that, it does follow what mostly all the other school districts already have in their policy.
Oh, this one was. No, this is-
Policy
this is the next
DC.
one. This is first one, right? The
Oh,
first one.
DC.
This is item
Yes.
7.
And it does go back to giving the superintendent authority over non-contractual employees.
It's this one. It's the next one.
So
Move to approve?
we have a motion by...
Second.
By Mr. Andrew Gonzalez,
Yes, sir.
and and a second by Mr. Mark de los Santos.
Yes.
To approve the recommendation, which gives superintendent continued authority for making recommendations or any type of moves for non-contractual employees. We've discussed this extensively, so now let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto? Aye. Straighter?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Motion carries. Before I go to item 8, let the record reflect that Dr. Jaime Rodriguez left the meeting at 8:24. Item 8, discussing a possible action to amend board policy DK local assignment and schedules. Second reading. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, this was again put on the agenda with Ms. Daita and Mr. Trevino or Mr. De Los Santos.
Yes, I just want to go over the first paragraph, and I believe what Tasby was telling us about was the part about reassignments, because it says here, reassignments shall be defined as a transfer to another position, department, or facility that does not necessitate a change in the employment of contract, which is already there. We added, or non-contractual employees. But I wouldn't want, if it was up to me, I don't really want to keep non-contractual employees on there. But I did bring this up because of a past meeting that we had when Mr. De Los Santos brought up about reassignments and whatnot. So I don't know if you guys would want to keep this or not.
The non-contractual piece,
The
you're saying,
non-contractual
to
piece?
omit that.
Yeah, we can omit the non-contractual piece about reassignments.
Remove it.
Remove that and just keep it as is with the
With a contract.
contract and not do the non-contract employees on there. And everything else is just talking about, once again, defining who administrators are.
Days, work, no, it's-
Principals, assistant principals, deans of instruction, coordinators, directors, supervisors, based off of the other school districts' policies. So I would like to know what you guys think about non-contract employees being reassigned.
I just want to, for clarification, please.
Mm-hmm.
An employee who's related by blood within the second degree or by affinity within the second degree to a campus or departmental administrator shall not be assigned to a position on the campus or in the department that is under that administrator's direct supervision. So in that scenario, we're talking about an individual will still be able to transfer to a campus as long as the individual will be able to transfer to the campus let's say that the AP there, just this scenario, or the principal there or the AP is a cousin, all right, a relative, a blood relative. The other individual will still be able to transfer to the campus as long as that person doesn't evaluate them.
Right, the first
Right.
paragraph under where it says assignment of relatives on page 1,
Right.
it says, no employee shall be assigned to a position in which he or she would supervise or would otherwise be directly responsible for the evaluation
Right,
of a
evaluation.
member. So that doesn't
That's
mean you can't work at your cousin's school, but you can't evaluate your relative, is what this is saying.
The secretary to a campus or department administrator should not be assigned
And
to a
then
position
the
on
part that I did want to strike out, which is not, it's not on here, it's still on here, it's about the superintendent is authorized to make exceptions to the assignment of relatives if any of the following items are justified. Because like I said, I looked through every single policy in Texas and nobody has, not that I could find at least, nobody had this exception of hiring relatives, that the superintendent can authorize exceptions based on qualifications or based on, so I think just to avoid any kind of problems, I would like to get rid of those sentences there, those three, number 1, number 2, and number 3.
That's correct, right?
I don't have a copy of that.
Oh.
Yeah, let me read it.
Just because the terminology here, it says, this first paragraph. Only because, like you said, we don't want to prevent people from having opportunities to move to a campus
to
because they already
promote
have relatives there.
on that campus.
I'm sorry? DK, it's assignment of relatives. It's where it says the superintendent is authorized to make exceptions to the assignment of relatives, and it's number 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Is that the back?
Right.
That's the one where you said you had looked at others and it wasn't there. It's
Nobody
for some
has
reason
that.
You have it, somebody back in, well,
Yeah, this was, the last time this was, oh, it doesn't have the date on here, but the last time that this policy was updated was, I think, in 2008 or something like that. And just like Doralisa said earlier, job duties, qualifications, they evolve.
So you want to
Policies
delete?
also evolve.
You want to delete 1, 2, and 3? That's
Yeah,
correct.
along with the superintendent is authorized to make exceptions. That whole, area right there,
You can do it.
It's just this one, the superintendent is authorized to make
You have the
exceptions to the
votes.
assignment of relatives.
I just think it avoids any type of,
yeah, there's no legal issues in removing it.
Mhm.
And it looks like it was, the
members
policy
only
was updated in
applicant
March
for,
of 2014.
2014.
So.
I just want to make,
Just to clarify everything, Jackie. Because we have situations where campuses have spouses, working at the campus, where some are in the administrative positions and the other spouse is assigned to the classroom situation, so. The only concern is that you would restrict the hiring practices of, not being allowed. In other words, we still want to be able to go there, even though they're blood relatives and so forth. So what you want to clarify is,
What I want to clarify is, it only, if they're not evaluating, like the first paragraph, a member of their family, they can still, and really, the policy already had we're not changing anything, we're just adding the definition. But the policy already said here, before we even added this, that family members should not be recommending another family member. That was already on here. But what I'm trying to say here is that we're defining what an administrator is, that's all we're doing, in blue. We're defining what an administrator is. And on the back, we're defining what consanguinity is, which is the blood. It's the same thing. It's already there. We're not changing anything. It's already been in policy about not hiring relatives. All we're doing is defining it. And if you say, for example, a spouse, their spouses working together. Let's say the spouse is a principal or assistant principal, and that they weren't on the hiring committee at the time that their spouse was already there, at their job. As long as they're not evaluating their family member, which I don't think anybody even does that anyway. I don't think anybody's evaluating their own family member.
Right, we don't do
That's
that
what I'm
either.
saying. the policy's already been there. We're just defining who an administrator is.
So my question, like, Mr. Buttermer, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. No, but in the case of a campus, they have the alternative to say, you know what, I'm the AP, he's the principal. For whatever reason, his relative is also already assigned to that campus as a teacher. He could just delegate it to me.
Exactly, so you can, good late evening, everyone, right?
Yes.
Dr. Coronado, members of the board. Exactly, so you can lay out your schedules as the principal of who will be doing the evaluations. And again, I think just besides a good common practice, it might just make good sense that you're not gonna be evaluating somebody that's either related to you or obviously somebody that's married to you, right?
Perfect. And I just want to verify that the terminology doesn't, by accident, we just want to make sure the terminology doesn't prevent.
It's just a terminology for me.
Yes. On page 2 of 2, first paragraph. An employee is related by blood within the second degree or by affinity within the second degree to a campus or departmental administrator shall not be assigned to a position on the campus or in the department that is under that administrator's direct supervision.
That's fine.
Supervision, I think to me, supervision would be you're evaluating them. It doesn't mean, oh, I work together, I'm going to assign you pickup duty after school. Supervision means more.
I just want to make sure, and the reason I was asking, and I brought it up to Marcos, was I want to make sure that if we get somebody that, let's say, promotes to a principal, and they already have family members there, that we're not, that we're not, say, sorry, you deserve it, you were the best qualified, but because we changed the verbiage,
The terminology's correct.
it didn't allow them to take that job. That's all I want to make sure that people can still promote even though they have family members.
I do see that point, but do you also see the other side of where people say, oh, well, they just got it because they're related to that person? At the same time?
But sometimes somebody.
But that's not really what I was
No,
going after.
I just don't want to block any of our teachers or APs that are trying to promote up that, let's say,
Yeah.
they have family members, because a lot of us, they're family members there. I just want to make sure the verbiage doesn't say you're not qualified or can't because of.
They have a review of page 2 of 2, paragraph 1. I don't know, are you ready to, you all want to discuss that paragraph? The question is it going to prevent a teacher from moving to a campus because a relative is already a principal? Because I understand that we can assign an AP, but the way that terminology is written.
Yes, the way it's written, it does. Because I know that Ms. Ustaitza said, well, supervision means evaluation tool, but that's not defined in here.
Right.
So the way it's written, it's basically you're preventing relatives of a principal from being at that campus.
What if we remove that paragraph?
Look at the first, yeah, we can, because what I wanted to do was define administrators. But if you look at the first paragraph and then assignment of relatives, it does say, you're not going to be assigned a position in which he or she would supervise or would otherwise be directly responsible for the evaluation of a member.
And I think this takes that further.
Right, so we just need to
This takes
omit
that-
that piece.
So you want to omit that one and
Yes.
keep the other one and all the other ones?
Yes.
Yeah, just that one
That
paragraph.
makes more sense.
Yes.
On page 2 of 2. Because it
Yes.
still doesn't change everything else.
The first.
Yeah, it still keeps the whole part the same.
Because it's not, I mean, it's not an issue of legality, it's just in practice. Weslaco's large, but it's not that big.
Right.
And, I mean, it is common for spouses and siblings and
Or relatives.
relatives to work at the same campus. So you just, you have to be
Yeah.
cautious.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as we define who administrators are and they're not recommending that's the whole point of this. And like I said, and they're not going to evaluate their family member, which doesn't happen already. It doesn't happen. It's already been policy.
So do you want to make the motion omitting?
We can omit that second paragraph in the back, and we can also omit, if you guys agree, number 1, 2, and 3 about the superintendent making exceptions.
For family.
And we can also omit the non-contract employees on the very top.
Okay.
He still has authority to reassign non-contract employees.
Jackie, put them in motion.
Yeah.
Form.
Make a
Okay.
motion.
I make a motion to approve DK Local except the non-contract employees on the first paragraph. not the superintendent in the number 1, 2, 3 paragraph. And on page 2, the first paragraph, an employee who is related. And everything else.
And that's a second. You motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, second.
The motion by Jackie, ditto to what you just said,
Yes.
and a second by Mr. Nieto.
Hold on.
Wait.
Hold on. Question, I have a question. These changes, because this is the first time I've seen this document, so the changes that are in blue, is today the second reading of the changes in blue, or are the changes in blue new today?
No, second reading.
Well, the first time that we brought it, it was just a copy of all the other districts' policies. We didn't actually write into our policy what we were going to change.
So this is the first reading of the proposed
First or second, sure.
changes?
It should be the second. The
You
first
had
one-
written it down.
The first
That's what
one was
I'm
done
trying to-
in red.
No, she did write it down.
It was written down.
Okay, so then now that it's being changed, is this still the second reading?
We're omitting just some of the final.
As long as it's omitted and not adding
I don't know.
anything new?
I'll ask you.
Yeah, we're just
Okay.
omitting, not
Omitting.
adding.
Okay, okay.
So we're okay?
Yeah,
So we're
we're just
okay.
omitting.
Okay.
We're, I'll repeat it, or we got it? We're omitting non-contract, we're omitting the superintendent,
1, 2,
and we're omitting the first paragraph on the top of page 2.
Yes.
And
Every-
1, 2, and 3.
Yes, and 1, 2.
Second.
Oh,
And Mr.
Nieto
Nieto
already
had
did.
already.
Oh, you did?
seconded,
Okay,
yeah.
sorry, sir.
Okay, so we had the motion by Jackie and second by Mr. Nieto.
Correct.
We have had a chance to discuss this. Are we ready to take it to a vote? Okay, signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Ms. Toita?
Aye.
Costa Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And item 9, discussion and possible action to amend board policy EIC, local academic achievement, class ranking. Dr. Coronel?
Board President and members of the board, so this was brought to our attention last month, and I think Mr. Trevino had brought this up again and basically said maybe it was just a misunderstanding and we needed to add some clarity to it. So we published a class rank guide that's in draft form. So we are not, it's going to sound like a double, we are not a non-ranking district as other people might think. Actually, in Texas, you can't do that, right? Because in Texas, you have to have a valedictorian, a salutatorian, the top, and recognize the top 10% and the top 6% for automatic admission to UT. So that's required by statute. So we still have a class rank system. Now, what we're doing in addition, right, and I want to say that very clearly, what we are doing in addition is Latin honors. So we are recognizing those with high GPAs under the Latin honors. So as students apply for college, they are still getting a class rank. And then we put some guidelines in there on when those class ranks should be revealed. And it was the first Monday in September of your senior year. But they do it in checkpoints in 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, which is that first Monday of September, and then again in January, which is the final class rank. There's always going to be some fluctuation in class rank, only because of mobility rates of even seniors. They leave for whatever reasons. So obviously, if number 15 leaves, well, then obviously everybody moves up one. So there is always some fluctuation, but it gets locked in January. So we do have a ranking system in the district, but I think to Mr. Trevino's point, maybe it just wasn't very well articulated, and it just caught up to us. Remember, so this happened 4 years ago, that it was approved, and it just happened that, okay, it's our turn, that this is the class that's going to be under the new EIC. So, but just to make it clear, we do have a class rank guide, and it was all given to you on Friday. And so we want to make sure that our students are taken care of, they have their transcripts when they need their transcripts.
And for me, I know wasn't here for that one, the night of my birthday, but the call I got was basically, why don't they already have the rankings? And I know based on this, you know, September the first week, why wasn't it done?
So because there was a catalog change because of the weights of the course catalog. And so there was a disconnect between what the information that the counselors had and to what technology had. So that was the disconnect of, and so when fingers are pointed this way, then.
So do the kids have them now?
They have them now.
Okay.
It is taken care of now, and we won't have this problem again.
Okay.
Doctor, by setting that timeline, first week of September, or have we looked at scholarships or anything to make sure we don't miss out, or the students don't miss out on any of the big scholarships? I know there was one that was mentioned, but I can't recall it.
I got a call in.
So all students have to use Apply Texas, and through Apply Texas, they have to, once they apply for their colleges that they want their choice, basically in-state, they're eligible to apply. Now, for some scholarships, their FAFSA has to be completed, and we are having those FAFSA nights as well. I know the money round is usually in November, which is the first big money round, and a lot of those scholarships have to be done by the 1st of October. So that's why it's really critical that we get this stuff backed up. And again, as what we've experienced, they will have their class rank at the end of their junior year. But again, there's that mobility rate in the summertime when things could fluctuate. And that's why when our system rolls over, which is typically at the end of July, and then we go through re-registration in August, then those things will be recomputed. And then again, that class rank will be again. Typically, there's not a big... Typically what I've seen, especially as I spent a lot of years as a high school principal, you usually don't see a big change in the top 25, typically, but it's usually everybody, you know, after that there's some changes, one or two up or down. But your top 25 are pretty consistent, even from freshmen all the way through seniors.
And I had a question, as far as like for the class rank in the process, and with the timelines, I know that you want to set, you know, two items. Is our counseling staff at the level that it needs to be for all of our secondary campuses? And two, and that leads into number two, meaning can they realistically hit the timelines? Like you said, there's fluctuation in the summer, there's some things that are being processed, there's also the beginning of the new school year. How does all that play out to be in the timelines?
So I think that our counseling staff, and I will give credit to Dr. Sid and to Lisa Gomez and trying to put a lot of this stuff together. I think our counseling staff was understaffed at the high schools, mostly because they have the structure, as I understand it, is they have a CCMR counselor, which is considered the head counselor, but they don't have an alpha. In other words, they don't take a block of students, right? And then they have other counselors that take a block of students. Well, under the new accountability system, CCMR is really not an issue anymore. Right. So what we're saying now is that a counselor's a counselor, right? So everybody gets an alpha and spread, and now it kind of thins out their load. And so we think that we can be a little bit more proactive with the counseling staff if everybody gets an alpha, and that's a transition, and that's, again, that's a change. And so some counselors are like, well, but I didn't have an alpha. But well, you have one now.
Right.
And so we have to be able to spread the wealth, right? And I think with fewer students in that alpha, and we can get them the help that they need, we put counseling aides, one for every 2 counselors. That's actually on the package. Right. So now one for every 3 counselors. So we're getting them some help along with the registrar and so forth. So, but I think it's going to be an adjustment, but I think they can handle it.
Did you say CCMR is not on accountability anymore?
So they're pretty much the weight's going to be very different.
Right. It's changed.
Because I know that they do a lot. I've seen what CCMR does in both schools, and they do have their career centers and they're having kids go in and doing their college applications, and I thought it was a big part of CCMR, I mean, the accountability.
The college readiness.
The college readiness.
It's changed, so it's an election year, you know, but yeah.
If approved.
Yeah, so, and depending on what happens in November with the governor's race and the commissioner and so forth, I think we'll see even more changes.
So it's still up in the air, we're not sure right now yet.
Right, we have the preliminary what-ifs. For example, we had if the accountability changes, our grade goes from 89 to 84.
Right, it drops.
It drops.
Most will see a drop.
Yeah, most will see a drop. So we have some work to do in a lot of areas, so we need all hands on deck with this.
Okay.
Doctor, our ratios, are they?
Counseling ratios are
counseling
350 to 1 is what we have.
And that's what we're at right now?
I think we're a lot less than that,
With the
actually.
new change?
Okay.
Thank you for.
How many
clarifying that. Go ahead.
counselors do we have at the high school, or at each high school? 7?
So we have,
Got it
I think, 7? 7,
7 at each campus?
300, 2,100.
yeah. There's some, we have some funded vacancies at East.
Yeah, East is still
They just
moving
haven't,
down.
they're in the hiring process or interviewing process. But I think they're allocated for 7 each.
And both campuses are almost at like, what, 2,000, I think, right? Or 2,100, or 20.
East has over 2,000.
And High?
They're about 200 away from being a
26?
6A
They went
school.
up to 26?
And then High has almost 2,600.
2,600 at Weslaco.
No, they went up.
Our we've never had an issue, I guess, in looking at the history of the high schools in Weslaco. It's never been an issue with enrollment because people want to go to East or High. So with athletics and all the other things there, we offer more than, the other
You can say
competition.
You can say it, sir.
Even though it's 350 to 1,
It's still a lot.
Yes.
could we look into, maybe adding an extra counselor for the high schools? I know what they go through with, the seniors and juniors and so forth. I would, especially the size that we have, it would be beneficial.
So we would need about another
Because if you go 300 times 8,
$60,000.
that's 2,400 students, and they have 2,600.
Yeah.
And over here at East, they got 2,100.
I-
If you go 300 times 7, that's 2,100.
Yeah, I think 350 is high.
Yeah.
For a counselor.
I think it is.
And if you think of, that's 4 different grade levels, you're still looking at 110 apiece or so, plus or minus, más o menos, however you want to
Right,
say it.
right.
So I think it's a lot to control, especially your seniors. But yeah, we can,
We can look into the budget.
I'll ask Andres for $150,000 and so.
Take it off the scoreboard.
So we can,
Well, especially now that we can get.
He won't go, he's awake now.
yeah.
Well, we have some.
Did you have a Snickers?
Learning loss.
But, no, we can definitely look at that.
Definitely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great news.
Remind me to bring it up again later.
So, subject to your questions, I know it was an action item, but I don't, it's really, there's kind of no action on it.
Just take no action.
Right.
So I recommend no action on EIC unless you want to bring it back.
That's fine.
Okay.
We'll bring it back.
Okay,
Next one.
so that now takes us to what we discussed in closed session. Possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. Number 1, discussion and possible action on district standards of professional conduct and expectations as to the superintendent. Doctora?
This is actually about me, so I don't know if you guys want to take that.
Move to approve as discussed in closed session.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez moves to approve
Right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
as to the items discussed in closed session.
Yes.
And it was seconded by Mr. De Los Santos. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval, saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mr. Staita.
Aye.
Mr. Trevino.
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Item 2, discussion and possible action on hiring legal counsel to investigate and/or review districts' discipline of personnel following reported incidents of prohibited conduct.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve as discussed in executive session.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos to approve as discussed in executive session, and a second by Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
Take it to a vote. signify by approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Ms. Tita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Okay. Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Did I say Costa Trevino?
Number three,
Okay, good. It's getting late. Okay, item 3, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval on employment, or employees' request to reset to original job position prior to the district reorganization for the 2022-2023 school year. Dr. Coronel.
Board President and members of the board, I'd like to request approval of the employee's request as modified, as discussed in closed session.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos
Second.
and a second by Ms. Tita to approve the superintendent's recommendation with the modifications that you mentioned. Take it to a vote, signify approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
Mrs. Tita.
Aye.
Costa Trevino.
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
And Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 14, adjournment.
So moved.
Time now is 11:44, and this meeting is adjourned.